Chapter 408. They have a long way to go, so of course they will arrive late, Felicius comforted him. Felicius consoled him. The Fifth Army owes the Fourth Army a favor, and they will repay it in the future. Epiphanes sneered. Commander, do you think Dracos is a grateful person? While Syracuse's army was landing in Lochley, the army led by the Devers had arrived in Picassus. Previously, he had sent a messenger to inform the governor of Picassus, Antares, that the news of the army's arrival must be strictly sealed. To this end, Antares even sent out the only 5 small warships in the port to intercept the merchant ships heading north, forcing them to dock at the port of Picassus, causing a lot of complaints. However, when the Devers arrived in Picassus, they praised Antares for his decisiveness and meticulousness, as well as his willingness to take responsibility. At this time, Antares was accompanying the Devers to inspect the city and port of Picassus. The Devers was quite satisfied with the order and construction of the entire city. He asked, "How many Dionia citizens are there in Picassus now?" "There are 4,523 official citizens, 3,351 probationary citizens, and 5,117 registered free people. That's a total of 12,991 people. The entire population of Picassus is about 53,000 people." Antares said as if he was counting his family treasures. "Oh, the population of Picassus is quite large." The Devers was a little surprised. "Sir, Picassus is a big city in Lucania City that is not inferior to Grimentum and Potentia. Moreover, it is a coastal city, so it is much more attractive to the Greek freedmen than the other cities like Grimentum and Nudum," Antares said proudly. "So, there are a lot of Greeks who have settled here?" The Devers asked immediately. "Yes, there are about 4,230 official citizens, preparatory citizens, and freedmen of Dionia, and the number is increasing every day. Most of them are Greeks from Tamparia. In just 3 years, the Greeks of Picassus are almost half of the population." The Devers was shocked again, and then asked worriedly, "Do they have a lot of conflicts with the Lucanians?" "A little, but not too much," Antares said with a relaxed expression, "because before Picassus was incorporated into Dionia, they experienced many defeats. The Lucanians in Picassus suffered heavy losses. Not only did they lose a lot of land, but most of the remaining people also lost their fighting spirit. Moreover, most of their tribes live in the mountains in the east, where they mainly graze. The Greeks here prefer the flat land near the sea, so both sides can coexist peacefully. Also, the lifestyle of the Greeks, who are mainly from Campania, is somewhat similar to that of the Lucanians. They get along quite well. It seems that you are enjoying your life here, and you are doing a good job as the governor. You know the situation of the citizens of this city very well." The Devers praised him, and at the same time they were interested by what he said before. They asked again, "Sir Antares, can you tell me more about the characteristics of the Campanians?" "Sir, the Greeks of Campania are the most un-Greek Greeks I have seen apart from us in Dionia." Antares' words caught the attention of the Devers. "Oh, what do you mean?" Antares thought for a moment and said seriously, "I guess it's because the Greeks of Campania have always been surrounded by other races, Volsci to the north, Lucanians to the south, Simonians to the east, and Phoenicians to the west. So, on the one hand, compared to the Greeks who prefer freedom in other places, the Campanians are very united and like to work together. On the other hand, some of their habits are influenced by their neighbors. For example, they love to eat beef and mutton, and they also worship some gods that do not belong to Greece. For example, some Campanians even built Savone, the god worshipped by the Simonians, which is believed to protect them from wild beasts. In Picassus, these characteristics of the Campanians are also very obvious." The Devers smiled and said earnestly, "In our alliance there are Greeks, Lucanians, Brudi, and now the Greeks of Campania. There may be more races joining this alliance in the future." So when dealing with conflicts between races, the first principle is tolerance, tolerance, tolerance of their religion, tolerance of their habits. The second is justice. Everyone in any race is equal under the law of Dionia. There can be no favoritism. The third is to guide them to like our way of life, entertainment, competitions, military training, and most importantly, religion. Hades is the protector of Dionia. Don't forget this. As time goes by, I believe that no matter who they were before, they will eventually become Dionia. Antares listened carefully, then nodded in admiration and said, Sir Devers, you are absolutely right. I'm just talking. In fact, you are already managing this city, aren't you? The Devers smiled self-deprecatingly. To speed up the integration of these races, it's best to find something in common between them. During this time, I've been discussing with Ansatanos and discovered a secret. The Devers looked at Antares and saw that he was listening attentively. So he said in a more serious tone, The god of strength, Hercules, is very famous among all the races in Italy. Some tribes even claim to be his descendants. I'm going to propose in the Senate, build a temple of Hercules in Thurii, and start a celebration for him, so that the people of all races in Dionia can celebrate this god. Sigh, it's only temporarily suspended because of the outbreak of war. I think Picassus can try to do it first. What do you think? Sir, that's a good idea. Antares praised from the bottom of his heart. In fact, there are already several altars of Hercules in Picassus. Both the Lucanians and the Campanians have them. I will try my best to build a large temple of Hercules, and let Picassus become the center of worship for Hercules in this region. Are you trying to steal the limelight from Thurii? I'm afraid that Cunigarata will fight you to the death, the Devers said jokingly, and the two laughed. The two talked and laughed on the way back to the city hall. In this harmonious atmosphere, no one mentioned Euripus and Predes. In fact, there was no need to mention them because it was all in the past. When they returned to the city hall, the first commander, Antonios, and the second commander, Amintes, were already waiting there. Sir, the construction of the camp has been completed, and the soldiers have begun to rest. Antonios saw the Devers come in and immediately reported. In addition, the messenger from Legio III has sent news that Legio III is already on the way to Picassus, and they will probably arrive at dusk. Say, this Alexis actually withdrew from Potentia in fright before the Samnite army. This is a disgrace to the legion of Dionysia. Amintas sneered in dissatisfaction. If the Third Legion really fought the Samnite army head-on, I'm afraid that now I can only bring the First and Second Legions with less than 20,000 people to face the Samnite army of more than 40,000 people. How can we fight this war? Alexis gave up her own reputation for the sake of the overall victory of the war. This is undoubtedly a very safe approach. It should be worth learning from, especially you, Amintes, the Devers said seriously. The encounter of Legio III in Potentia had already happened a few days ago, and the Devers had already learned the details from Antares. Amintes was not convinced and muttered a few words, but he did not dare to speak loudly. Sir, these Samnite people seem to be quite fierce. First, they set up an ambush. Then they took the initiative to send their army to attack, not giving Legio III any chance to breathe. Antonios interrupted. If they know that we are preparing to attack Poseidonia, will the Samnite people send their army again? It's good that the Samnite people dare to come. I'm just afraid that they won't. The Devers began to carefully analyze the plan that he had been thinking about for the past few days to the three people in the living room. According to the intelligence, the Samnite people have always won more than they lost when they fought the Lucanians in the past. The Campanians have also been attacked by them for many years. The Samnite people must have always been very proud of their fighting ability. In addition, this is the first time the Samnite people have sent out so many warriors. I'm afraid that it has fueled their arrogance. This is also thanks to the Syracuse people. As he spoke, he glanced at Antares. Antares nodded and said, These few days the warships patrolling our port have reported many times that a large number of Syracuse cargo ships have been spotted heading north and entering the port of Poseidonia. I think it is very likely that they are transporting food for the Samnite people. Damn the Syracuse people. Amyntas cursed and shouted, Sir, we should quickly attack Poseidonia and cut off the food supply of the Samnite people before they know that we have arrived. Chapter 409. Sir, do you already have a plan? Antonio asked hurriedly. The Devers looked at the two legion commanders with sparkling eyes. From the way the Simonians treated the Legio III, their commander is a decisive person. Plus, the Simonians are more arrogant, so the army of Syracuse worked hard for the whole night, and accidents occurred frequently. Therefore, on the second day, almost all the soldiers were resting. The camp of Syracuse's army stretched for more than 10 miles, occupying all the open space from the west of Rockley to the coast. It also cut off the north-south traffic. Although it was called a camp, it was actually a hastily built tents by the soldiers. There was not even a simple fence around the perimeter. There was no protection at all. Of course, the neighboring hostile city-states, Corunna and Taurina on the west of the mountain, had long been shocked by the huge army of Syracuse. They did not even have enough self-protection, so they did not dare to take the initiative to attack. At noon, Dionysius woke up from his deep sleep. He had just eaten breakfast and was about to discuss with his relative, Demodocus, about the deployment of troops when he received an urgent report from the guards. There were about 20,000 soldiers of the Southern Alliance in the territory of Corunna. Dionysius was shocked. His army had just arrived in Rockley, and the reinforcements of the Southern Alliance had already arrived. How could they be so fast? Unless the enemy knew that he would set off on that day, so they had made preparations in advance. But how was that possible? He had also decided to set off based on when the Simonians would attack Potentia and when the Devers of Dionia would leave Turiae. It had only been 2 days since the deployment was arranged. Although the army had already begun to gather outside the city of Syracuse, and the fleet had long been prepared, they had not moved. It was impossible for the city-states of Greece to react so quickly in such a short period of time, so he decided to find out for himself. As the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius was not just a manipulator behind the scenes who only knew how to play with conspiracies. He was once a hero who fought against the Carthaginian invasion. Otherwise, he would not have been the one who was placed high hopes on by the panicked people when Syracuse was in danger and eventually elected as the general. Even though he was now firmly seated on the throne of the usurper and no longer needed to personally lead the charge, he still took the lead from time to set an example. A few years ago, he led his army to attack Carthage's strategic town of Moscha in Sicily. After a long time of failure, he heard from the surrendered soldiers that there was a secret passage that could lead directly to the core area of Moscha. He immediately led 2,000 suicide squad members and crossed the steep back mountain trail in an attempt to raid the Moschans. Unfortunately, he was discovered by the enemy and was besieged. Fortunately, his men came to his rescue, and with the blessing of the goddess of fortune, he was able to escape the disaster. At this moment, he quickly led his military advisor Phoebidas, the important generals of Syracuse, Phasapeses, and Astagras, as well as the leader of the Namibian mercenaries, Asrita, and 500 Namibian cavalrymen, to the north. It was more than 60 miles from Lochley to Konia, along the narrow and winding coast. The war horse trod on the somewhat messy and uneven muddy road. After 2 hours, they entered Konia's territory. Then Dionysius saw the enemy cavalry patrolling ahead. Seeing their all-black attire, Dionysius, who had long studied the Greek city-state army carefully, immediately made a judgment. It's the cavalry of Dionia. Hearing this, Phoebidas, who was also surprised at how the reinforcements of the Southern Alliance came so quickly, seemed to have an answer. For the past few years, he had been paying attention to this Greek city-state alliance that had humiliated him. He had more or less learned about the army of Dionia. This alliance, which valued military strength as much as Sparta, was indeed very different from the other Greek city-states in terms of military strength. It was possible that they could arrive quickly. The leader of the Namibian mercenaries, Akelida, hurriedly whistled a few times, and 30 Namibian cavalrymen rushed over. The 10 Daionia scouts turned and ran. The two sides began a chase, which actually allowed the Namibian cavalrymen to close the distance between them. They clamped their legs tightly on the bellies of their horses. In such a fast gallop, they did not use their hands to pull the reins. Instead, they freed their hands to grab a few javelins in their left hand and pull one out with their right hand. They leaned back slightly and threw it with all their might. More than a dozen javelins crisscrossed in the air, followed by a few screams. 3 Daionia cavalrymen were hit by the javelins and fell off their horses. Another 2 war horses were hit by the javelins. They neighed and jumped, throwing the cavalrymen on their backs. In just one encounter, the 10 Daionia scouts were reduced by half, causing the remaining Daionia cavalrymen to flee desperately to the camp. The Namibians captured 2 cavalrymen alive and brought them to Dionysius. Dionysius sat high on his horse, looking down at them, and said coldly, "Tell me, how many soldiers of Daionia have come? Who is leading the army? What is the battle plan in Corunna? Whoever can tell me the best and the most detailed, I'll let him go." The 2 Daionia captives looked at each other and did not speak. Dionysius did not have the patience to wait for the 2 nameless pawns to speak. He snorted coldly, "Since you won't speak, then let the Namibians send you across the Styx. Akelida." "Sir Dionysius, I'm here." Akelida smiled ferociously, revealing his uneven yellow teeth. His long, unkempt hair covered most of his face. He jumped off his horse and pulled out the short sword at his waist. As he approached, one of the captives began to become nervous. When Akelida grabbed his shoulder and aimed the sharp tip of the sword at his throat, he shouted in panic, "I'll speak! I'll speak!" Akelida looked back at Dionysius, and Dionysius nodded. He let go of the captive and waited for him to speak again. At this time, the other captive shouted loudly, "Licibulus, are you crazy? Do you want your family and children to never be able to hold their heads up high in Turiae and be despised by others? Do you want to be unable to pass the judgment of Hades after your death, and your soul to be pushed into the terrifying hell of a mountain of knives and a sea of fire? What are you waiting for?" Dionysius saw that the hesitation on the captive's face was dissipating after hearing his comrade shout, and hurriedly shouted. Akelida immediately rushed towards the other captive with his sword. The soldier looked at the ferocious Namibian rushing towards him with a calm expression and shouted to his comrade, "I'll wait for you at Elysee." The sharp sword cut his neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain, but he did not cry out in pain. He gritted his teeth and finally fell straight down. Licibulus looked sorrowful, but his eyes became determined. He closed his eyes, straightened his chest, and shouted loudly, "Come, give me a sword. My name will be on the Hall of Martyrs." Akelida looked at Dionysius again. Dionysius was inexplicably irritated. He waved his hand forcefully and then urged his horse forward. Phoebidas watched the captive be executed, and only then did he catch up with them on horseback. At the same time he sighed and said, "What 2 warriors! If the soldiers of Daionia were like them, this war would be difficult to fight." One had to know that in the war between the Greek city-states, both sides were mostly ordinary citizen soldiers. Once the war was unfavorable, it was very easy for them to flee, and it was common for them to surrender after being captured. It was rare for Leonidas to lead 300 Sparta soldiers to defend Hot Spring Gate and eventually die in battle. Now, in addition to Sparta, there was also Daionia. How could Phoebidas not be shocked? That Devers bragged that he was Hades's chosen one, and these stupid Greeks actually believed him, said Dionysius angrily. He then emphasized, the outcome of a war is decided by strength. A fake, chosen one won't change the outcome of a war. Phoebidas did not say anything, but he was feeling uneasy. "Commander, our legion has been marching since yesterday, and we've been building our camp at night. We've been rushing to Corunna this morning, and we haven't had much rest yet. Can we just build the trenches and barricades today, let our brothers have a good sleep, and finish the camp tomorrow?" Epiphanes asked Felicius. Felicius was a little hesitant. Of course, he could see the fatigue of the soldiers, but they were now at the front line of the battlefield, and Syracuse's army could arrive at any time. According to the military law of Dionia, they had to speed up the construction of a sturdy camp. So he turned to the 5th Corps commander, Dracos, who was sitting on the other side, and asked, "What do you think?" "Of course," Dracos answered without hesitation. "No matter how tired we are, we have to let the soldiers build the camp according to the military law, and rest well at night. If your legion wants to continue, you can do it yourselves. Our legion spent the whole night digging camp for you, so of course we're more tired than you." Epiphanes glanced at Dracos and said with dissatisfaction, All right. Felicius quickly tried to smooth things over. "Our brothers are indeed tired." But while Felicius was considering how to express his decision in a more tactful manner, he saw Sabokos, the captain of the cavalry, rushing over. Chapter 410. Sabokos, what happened? Felicius asked when he saw the serious look on Sabokos' face. "Commander." Sabokos, who was already in his 50s, was still agile and had a loud voice. He saluted without hesitation. "My scouts have reported that there are about 500 cavalrymen coming from the south. They're approaching the camp. Are they from Syracuse?" Felicius asked in a low voice. "I think so. Those cavalrymen don't have any protection, and they're good at throwing javelins. They're very different from the Greek cavalrymen." Sabokos answered seriously. "Then what are you waiting for? Send out your cavalrymen and chase these Syracuse people away. Don't let them interfere with the construction of the camp," Dracos said immediately. Sabokos was a little embarrassed. He said in a low voice, "Our cavalrymen might not be their match. According to the scouts, they're very good at controlling their horses, and their javelins are also very accurate. 10 of our cavalrymen were chased by them, and when they were 50 meters away, they managed to close the distance. They threw a round of javelins, and we lost 5 of our men. Are the Syracuse cavalrymen that strong?" Epiphanes was a little surprised. He knew the strength of the Dionia cavalrymen. Due to regular training, he felt that they were much stronger than the cavalrymen of the Greek city-states in terms of horsemanship, combat skills, and tactical execution. They might be the cavalrymen hired by Syracuse. When Syracuse fought against Carthage, it said that they hired Celtic and Namibian cavalrymen. They're all races that grew up on horseback, so it's normal that they're better at horsemanship than us. Master Devers even reminded me before I came, Felicius said with a serious expression. "Then let's send our 5th Corps light infantry and Sabokos cavalry out to chase away these cavalrymen." Dracos made a prompt decision and suggested. Felicius nodded in agreement. Dionysius continued to lead his men forward. When they were about to reach the city of Corunia, they saw a magnificent sight hundreds of meters away. Thousands of men were digging trenches, moving soil, and building barricades on the vast, flat land. Some were building wooden fences and watchtowers. Everybody was busy, but everything seemed to be in order. This was not the only construction site in front of them. It kept extending to the east and west, and seemed to be blocking the passage to the coast on this side of the mountain range. Dionysius, Phoebides, Phasapeses, and Astagras fell silent. After a while, Dionysius pointed at the Dionia camp that was under construction and said to Phasapeses and Astagras in a reproachful tone, "Look at them, and then look at the army you're leading." Phasapeses and Astagras were ashamed. They understood what Dionysius meant. Both of them had arrived in a hurry, but the Dionia could work hard to build their camp despite their fatigue, while the camp of Syracuse's army could not be called a camp at all. It was disorderly and messy, and the soldiers slept peacefully in the tents that were built carelessly. "Sir, the Dionia army is building their camp to defend against our attack. No one dares to attack our army, so Just as Astagras was about to explain, he was interrupted by Dionysius. "So your army can sleep peacefully and wait for the Greeks to surrender." Dionysius was furious because he had been learning from the Dionysian army's strengths based on the information he received from Dionia over the past few years. On the other hand, the problems that arose during the battle between Syracuse and Carthage prompted him to reform the Syracuse army. He clearly divided the heavy infantry, cavalry, siege troops, and navy into separate units. They would fight together under a unified and effective command. To allow the generals and soldiers to master the new tactics, he also learned from Dionia and increased the number of military training sessions for the citizens. He also formulated stricter military rules to ensure that the army could carry out the new rules. After this reform, Syracuse always had the upper hand in the second war against Carthage. However, the scene in front of him made him feel the gap between his army and the Dionia soldiers in terms of willpower and order execution. Therefore, this anger originated from his jealousy and anxiety. Astagras was just a tool for him to vent his anger. This was indeed a little unfair to Astagras, but when he wanted to defend himself with a few words, another important general of Syracuse, Phasapeses, secretly tugged at his clothes and said respectfully, "Sir, don't worry. We'll go back and gather the army and let them rebuild the camp." Only then did Dionysius's expression lighten a little. At this time, the leader of the Namibian mercenaries, Aeaclida, stepped forward and said, as if to claim credit, "Sir, the enemy is now building their camp. It's a good opportunity for a sneak attack. Let me lead my people over and fight for a while." Before Dionysius could answer, Phoebidas, who had been closely observing the Dionia camp, said, "Don't rush, the army of Dionia is coming." A few squads of cavalry and infantrymen rushed out of the tunnels left by the Dionysia camp that was under construction. They quickly got into formation in front of the camp, with cavalry on both sides and light infantrymen in the middle. Then they marched towards Dionysius and the others without hesitation. It's useless no matter how many Dionia soldiers there are. "Sir, please allow me to lead my people to attack. I'll let my warriors go around their flank first, attack their cavalry, and disrupt their formation. Then we'll take advantage of the chaos to attack the light infantry in the middle and let them have a taste of the power of the Namibian cavalry. We should go back." Phoebidas suddenly said, a little panic in his voice. Dionysius looked at him in surprise. It was the first time he saw the indifferent and straightforward Spartaman lose his composure since they set off from Syracuse. However, as the commander of the army, he had more important things to do. There was no need to tangle with the enemy's small troops at this time, so he listened to Phoebidas and ordered the retreat. Although Aeaclida was unruly, he was still full of respect for his employer, who did not show his emotions. He reluctantly called back the eager Namibian cavalry and followed behind Dionysius. When Felicius learned of the enemy's retreat, he said to the two commanders seriously, "You've seen it, the army of Syracuse will attack soon. We must build the camp as soon as possible." This time, Epicthenes had no objections. On the way back to Locri, Dionysius asked, "Phoebidas, now that the Dionia have built a camp in Cruna, it's obvious that they're trying to defend against our attack from the north. What do you think we should do next?" "We must not let the Dionia build a strong camp here and use the narrow terrain to offset our advantage in numbers, thus wasting our time. We must invade the territory of Trine and Silatina as soon as possible. The terrain there is wide and conducive for our army to fight. We can force them to fight us head-on, then defeat them and occupy their cities. This way, the Dionia will have no helpers, and the main force is still trapped in Potentia. It's a good opportunity for us to destroy them." When he said the last sentence, Phoebidas's expression was even a little ferocious. Dionysius looked at him curiously. Although he did not understand why Phoebidas suddenly had a bad impression of the Dionia, this was exactly what he wanted. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, he made up his mind. He summoned the commanders and gave an order in a low voice. "Astagras, Phasapeses, go back and immediately reorganize the army. Tomorrow. I want to attack Corunna and Trine tomorrow. Yes, sir. Phoebades listened to their conversation and was happy to see that Dionysius had arranged according to his suggestion. However, his mind was still replaying the scene he saw just now. Be it the cavalry or the light infantry, the Dionia were all dressed in black. He could even vaguely see the same pattern on the leather shields of their cavalry, although he did not see the heavy infantry of Dionia, since the light infantry and cavalry were the same. The heavy infantry's attire must be quite uniform. Dionysius had received detailed information about the Dionysian army in advance, so he was not too surprised. But for the Sparta Phoebades, through the uniform of the Dionia and the oppressive black, he saw something deeper. When the citizens of Athens, Corinth, Thebes, and other city-states showed off their rich and colorful artistic taste and entertainment, and even painted all kinds of exquisite patterns on their dusty round shields to show off their personality and taste, the Sparta soldiers were secretly laughing, because since the regent of Sparta came to Cugu to carry out the reform, they had been trained under whips and sticks since childhood. After 100 years of war, they had already summed up the essence of war, which was to not care about any means, only for the final victory. The Sparta claimed to be the descendants of Hercules, but in fact they worshipped wolves more. Their army fought like a pack of wolves, emphasizing discipline, unity, and psychological deterrence. Even if each of them was strong in combat, they would never allow anyone to fight alone. Chapter 4:11. When the trumpeters blew their high-pitched whistles and the Sparta soldiers sang their praises to the ancient heroes and charged at them in unison, these Greek city-state soldiers would often have a mental breakdown. They would turn around and flee before the battle started, unwilling to take the risk of fighting against Sparta. The Spartans relied on the terrifying atmosphere and bloody massacres that they created on the battlefield through the unity of their army to intimidate the other city-states in Greece for hundreds of years. Syracuse's large army did not make Phoebades feel uneasy in the past, but the Dionysian army's tenacious obedience and uniform triggered fear in his heart. He seemed to see another Sparta army. Although they wore black instead of red, they had much more soldiers than Sparta. The Mediterranean Sea only needs one Sparta. Phoebades thought intensely. Legio III, led by Alexis, had just arrived at Picassus. The Devers did not even have time to exchange pleasantries with him. Instead, they directly told him about their battle plan. After getting his approval, they immediately ordered him to lead Legio III north to attack Poseidonia. The coastal area from Picassus to Poseidonia was not as flat as the southern coast from Thurii to Crotone and then to Rockley. It was mostly mountains, hilly areas, and the ground was rugged and uneven. The Legio III had to pass through Elea on their arduous march. As a city-state of the Dionia alliance, the chief general of Elea, Canios, did not hesitate when he received the news. He personally gathered 1,500 public militia and then joined the ranks of Legio III. After all, after the Samni occupied Poseidonia, Elea was directly under the fierce Samni army. The people of Elea hoped that Dionia could repel the wolves from the north and restore peace to Elea. Half a day after Legio III left, the Devers led the 1st and 2nd legions north. Picassus's chief executive, Antares, was not idle either. He had to help prepare the supplies for the 30,000 soldiers. The food consumption of such a large army must be astonishing. Picassus alone could not satisfy them. Fortunately, Dionia had built a granary in the Gramentum, which could temporarily meet the needs of such a large number of people for a short period of time. If the battle dragged on, they would have to use Cosenza's granary. This was also the reason why the Devers had to speed up their operation. Antares also had to prepare carts and manpower to transport the rations and supplies to the Devers' frontline camp under the command and leadership of the army's logistics camp. This was supposed to be a complicated task that required a lot of manpower, but under the operation of the experienced logistics camp, with the help of the capable Antares, and with the active cooperation of the Gramentum administrator Bagul, everything went smoothly. In the afternoon, after the Legio III rendezvoused with the Elia army. They turned to the northeast and prepared to go around the wide mountain range on the northern coast of Elia. Poseidonia was just north of the mountain range. Halfway through the journey, the Third Legion stopped and began to build a camp. They made a lot of noise and were easily discovered by the spies of the Samni. What did you say? The Daionia appeared south of the Stella Mountains and set up camp on the banks of the Alento River. The Pentine leader, Piccini, who was in the mansion of the Duke of Poseidonia and was eating delicacies, was shocked. Yes, leader, they have more than 10,000 people. And we quietly approached their camp and found that they raised a flag with the words Legio, 3 written on it. The scouts' anxious words were mixed with a hint of pride. Daonia's Legio 3. Shouldn't they be in the Gramentum? Why are they here? Piccini had lost his appetite. He threw the mutton in his hand that he had just eaten a few mouthfuls on the table. He lowered his head and wiped the grease off his mouth on his already dirty leather robe. I think the Daionia must have heard that Poseidonia has been conquered by us. That's why they came in a hurry to take it back, the other leader, Mobk, guessed. Daionia sent 10,000 people, and we only have 3,000 soldiers. And they came so quickly. The parts of Poseidonia that were destroyed by our ballistae have not been repaired yet. How can we defend against their attack? Piccini paced back and forth in the room in frustration. So we have to send people to Potentia immediately and ask for help from the leader. Mobk reminded. Of course. And immediately inform the soldiers. No matter how late they work tonight, they have to repair the holes in the wall. Piccini slammed his fist on the wooden table. At dusk, Alexis sent out all the members of the reconnaissance team to chase away and kill the Samni spies in the surrounding area. At night, the Devers led an army of 20,000 and quietly entered the city of Elia. The Elysians, who had been informed by Alexis in advance, had already vacated the place for the Dionysian army to stay. On the same day in Lochley, Syracuse's army finally assembled. The report from the cavalry surprised Dionysius and the others. In just a day and a half, the Daionia camp had already begun to take shape. This news made him even more determined to carry out his new plan, to divide the army into 2 parts. The 20,000 soldiers under the command of the Fascipeses would join forces with the 10,000 soldiers in Lochley. A total of 40,000 soldiers would attempt to attack the Daionia camp in order to contain them. As for himself, he would personally lead more than 50,000 soldiers through the ancient road between the mountains to the west coast of Greece, then turn north in order to prevent dragging down the speed of the march. Dionysius's army did not bring a large number of supplies. Instead, he let the ships in Lochley carry a full load of supplies and set off from the port. They went south around the Strait of Messina, then along the west coast of Greece, heading north to accompany the army on land. When the people of Lygum saw the continuous stream of Syracuse ships sailing across the sea in the distance, one could imagine the fear in their hearts. Some even shouted in panic, "The Syracuse people are coming! They are going to land!" Later, it turned out to be a false alarm, but it did cause a lot of panic in the people of Lygum. There were even many members of the council who requested that the troops in Taurina be transferred back to defend against the landing attack of the Syracuse people. Attilius had no idea what to do at the moment, so he immediately sent messengers to Taurina. Phedon, who was in Taurina, first received a report from the scouts. They found that the Syracuse army had passed through the ancient road between the mountains and was advancing towards Medma. As the vanguard, the cavalry had passed through the city of Medma and were still moving forward. Then there was another urgent report from the port lighthouse. They found that the Syracuse fleet, consisting of thousands of cargo ships, had passed through Taurina and were sailing north. An hour later, a merchant ship from Lygum that hurried into the port of Taurina from the north reported that the Syracuse fleet did not enter Medma, but continued north. It seems that Syracuse is preparing to attack Trine from the north. We are safe for now. The general in charge of the army in Taurina, Krylotes, heaved a sigh of relief. However, Phedon's expression did not relax. He said with a gloomy expression, "If the Southern Alliance in the north is defeated, it is only a matter of time before Lygum and Taurina are attacked. Then it depends on whether our alliance can withstand the attack of Syracuse, or even defeat them." Chrylota's thoughts were evoked by Phaedon's words. He said with some hope, but then he seemed to feel that the hope was a little slim. He sighed and said, "Unfortunately, the consul Devers of Dionia led his main force to defend against the Simonians. If he can lead his troops back in time, the alliance's chances of winning will increase by a lot. So we can't let the Syracuse people attack so easily," Phaedon said loudly with a serious expression. Chrylotas was shocked. In the afternoon, the messengers from Lygum arrived at Taurina and sternly requested Phaedon to lead his troops back. Phaedon deliberately stalled for time while urgently sending his men back to Lygum. By dusk, Phaedon was still unable to gather his soldiers. In the end, he used the reason that it was too dark to march to postpone it until the next day. Early the next morning, Attilius, who discovered that the Syracuse fleet had already left Taurina and did not attack Lygum, cancelled the order to recall his troops at the request of Phaedon's men. His men quickly returned to Taurina with his urgent letter, and only then did they stop the pointless march of Lygum's troops. But that was for another time. On this day, in order to speed up the march of the huge mixed army of Syracuse, Dionysius thought of many ways. The most effective one was to send someone to each army to announce that whoever arrived in Hyrnion first would be allowed to enter the enemy's city first after conquering the enemy city, and the last army to arrive would not have the right to share the spoils of war. Dionysius's troops weren't as disciplined as the Dionysian army. Because of the large number of mercenaries in order to maintain high morale, his troops often burned, killed, and looted after conquering the city. It was like this in Moesia, and it was the same in Catanae and Naxos in the Greek city-states of Sicily. In fact, the destruction that Syracuse caused to the Greek city-states of Sicily was no less than that of Carthage. This was also the reason why the Greeks of Sicily feared and hated Dionysius at the same time. Chapter 412. By dusk, the vanguard of Syracuse had actually arrived at Hyrnion. It was 100 miles from Lochley to Hyrnion via Medmar. Dionysius's army had used more than a day to march and complete the journey. It was a miracle. The commotion caused by the arrival of the Syracuse army had alerted the Trine scouts, who had been keeping a close eye on Hyrnion. They quickly returned to the city of Trine on the northern bank of the Ramato River, more than 50 miles away from Hyrnion. The Syracuse army had arrived. The shocking news shook the entire Trine city. Both civilians and members of the council were shocked. They had never imagined that the Syracuse army would approach Trine on the third day after they landed. According to the Southern Alliance's initial plan, Crotone's troops, who were the main force defending the Ramato River, had yet to arrive, and the Sirius Empire had only sent a few thousand citizen soldiers to guard the upper reaches of the Ramato River. The Ramato River's defensive line had yet to be established, and it could be said to be riddled with holes. If the Syracuse army launched an attack tomorrow, they would easily break through the Ramato River and enter the Euphemia Plains. Trine would be the first to suffer the flames of war. The Trine Council had no time to argue due to the urgency of the situation. Under the leadership of Chief General Cypros, who had been elected last year, they quickly made a decision. First, send someone to Crotone and urge them to send their main force to the Ramato River as soon as possible. Second, send someone to Sirius and request for the defense of the Ramato River with all their might. Third, send someone to Canopetia and request for help from Dionia. Fourth, send someone to Corunia and request for the 4th and 5th legions of Dionia to send reinforcements. Cypros, who had always admired Dionia, trusted the well-trained Dionia troops more than the Sirius and Crotone militia. Therefore, half of the emergency measures taken by Trine were related to Dionia. On this day, the soldiers outside the Dionia's camp continued to work hard on perfecting their defenses. However, as the scouts returned, the alarm of the camp was sounded. The soldiers immediately picked up their pickaxes, shovels, wooden baskets, and other equipment. They quickly returned to the camp and closed the gates. Syracuse is finally attacking. Dracos excitedly put on his armor with the help of the guards as he asked his adjutant, "Any instructions from Felicius?" "Let us defend ourselves," the adjutant replied. "At least you're tactful." Dracos mumbled to himself. He put on the purple crown helmet that symbolized his identity as a legion commander and tightened the earmuffs on his cheeks. Let's go and see how powerful Syracuse is. The 4th and 5th legions of Dionia had actually built 2 camps. Legio IV was in the west, and Legio V was in the east. The 2 camps were connected by a tunnel. Therefore, the allied forces of Syracuse and Rockley had divided their forces into 2 for ease of command. The Phasapeses would lead the Syracuse army to attack the east camp, while the general of Rockley, Diapantos, would lead the army to attack the west camp. Due to the lack of time, Syracuse did not build any siege towers. They did not even prepare many scaling ladders. However, Diapantos still had the confidence to turn the probe into a forceful attack. He wanted to repay the humiliation of being forced to retreat by the Dionysian army a few years ago in Crotone. The 20,000 troops of Rockley advanced slowly under the lead of the rhythmic sound of the horns. When they were about 500 meters away from Dionysia's camp, Diapantos raised his arm high and the sound of the horn stopped. The troops stopped advancing one after another and their formation became uneven. "Push the ballistae!" Diapantos ordered loudly. Yes, he was relying on the siege weapon brought by the Syracuse people, the ballista. The Legion of Dionysia had been busy the whole day yesterday, but they had only dug trenches and built earth ramparts and wooden fences. They did not have time to set up traps outside the camp. They did not even have time to set up the abatis. The engineers and craftsmen of the engineering battalion were still racing against time to build the sentry towers. When the first sentry tower was built, Felicius and Epicthenes immediately climbed up the tower and looked out. They saw the Rockley soldiers pushing a dozen ballistae out from the camp. Epicthenes was not surprised at all. 10 ballistae that were a size smaller than the Syracuse ballistae were placed neatly in the camp below the sentry tower. He frowned and pointed to the front. He turned around and asked the young man on the sentry tower, Curtorod, "Do you think our ballistae can destroy them?" Curtorod was from the mathematics faculty of the Dionia Academy. According to the newly revised military law of Dionia 2 years ago, every legion was required to be equipped with 10 ballistae. Excellent students from the Dionia Academy had to be the spotter because they could quickly calculate the appropriate landing point based on the parabolic equation to improve the accuracy of the ballistae. Although Curtorod had participated in military training many times, it was his first time on the battlefield. Looking at the densely packed enemies in the distance, he was a little nervous. It's too far. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult." Felicius patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Relax, young man. It's normal to be nervous on your first battlefield. Don't worry, no matter how many enemies there are, our brave legion will drive them away." Curtorod nodded. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the front again. Then he summoned up his courage and said, I suggest that we let the enemy get closer. That way, the power of our ballista can be maximized." "Just as I thought." Epicthenes praised while looking at the handsome young man seriously. His eyes flashed with a strange light. "You're not bad, young man." Felicius saw this and coughed a few times. At this time, the messenger of the 5th Legion rushed to the sentry tower. Commander Dracos has requested to wait until the enemies are 200 meters away before firing the ballistae. We don't want to scare them away." 200 meters. Epicthenes shrugged. "This Dracos is really greedy. He thinks the same as us." Felicius laughed. As the squad leader, Ephiart and his teammates stood behind the earthen rampart, watching the huge stone bullets whizzing from the front of the enemy's formation and smashing into the camp with a loud bang. raising a layer of dust. They did not show much unease because they had practiced with the ballista unit countless times during their usual military training. They were quite familiar with this amazing long-range weapon. Therefore, even though the enemy's ballista had caused a huge commotion outside the camp, the soldiers still had the mood to joke around. They asked Epicthenes about the details of attending Hera's celebration. They were envious of the special treatment the newlyweds enjoyed during the celebration. They all said that when they got married, they would definitely go to Thurii to attend Hera's celebration. As the enemy's formation gradually approached, the point of impact of the ballistae also kept moving forward. When the stone bullets fell from the sky and smashed in front of the camp and into the trench, the platoon leaders of the legion ordered, "Cover against the wall!" Just as Epicthenes and his teammates were leaning against the earthen rampart and crouching down, Curtirod's voice came from the sentry tower. 250 meters. No rush, no rush. Epicthenes crossed his arms in front of his chest and patted his shoulder, trying to suppress his rising excitement. Bang! A stone bullet hit the wooden fence. The broken pieces of wood fell on the heavily armed soldiers, but did not cause any damage. Whoosh! A few more stone bullets whizzed over the wooden fence and fell into the camp, smashing a few tents. There were few cries of sorrow and laughter. Curtirod stared at the ground in front of him from the sentry tower. Yesterday, while the soldiers were busy building the camp, the ballistae did not stay idle. They had carried out mapping of the ground outside the camp and left some marks. These marks could be a weed that had been transplanted, a strange rock, or a wooden stick that was stuck at an angle. 200 meters. Curtirod shouted excitedly, "You can fire now." Epicthenes waved his hand. 30 degrees of elevation, medium stone bullets, fully loaded. Curtirod quickly reported the data. The ballista captain, who had been listening, immediately repeated Curtirod's words. The soldiers quickly turned the pulley, pulled the bowstring, hooked it with an iron hook, and put the 6-kilogram stone bullets into the smoothbore. After several years of further research and improvement on ballistae, Dionia's ballistae were divided into two types. One was the siege ballista, which was large in size and could fire over 20 kilograms of stone bullets. Their main targets were the city walls and buildings. The other type was the defensive ballista, which was small in size, light in weight, and had good accuracy. It could be carried by 2 or 3 people. The stone bullets it fired ranged from 3 kilograms to 10 kilograms. Their targets were the army and siege weapons. Since it was not a full-scale battle, the enemy's formation was relatively loose. However, the 20,000 soldiers were still densely packed. Therefore, they had to seize the best opportunity in the first round of attack. For this reason, Curtirod set the landing point of the ballista at the center of the enemy's formation. "Fire!" The ballista captain waved his right arm. Diapantos watched as the rocks whizzed into the Dionysian camp, and he felt a sense of joy in his heart. Chapter 413. As for the rumor that Dionia also possessed ballistae, he did not believe it. Even Locri, which had been established for hundreds of years, could not create such a powerful siege weapon. How could the Dionia alliance, which had only been established for less than 6 years, have one? The Dionia Legio IV used ballistae to attack Napatisha. Due to its remote location, not many people knew about it. The Trine people knew about it, but under the request of the Dionia, they tried their best to keep it a secret. "Closer! Closer!" Diapantos excitedly urged the Syracuse soldiers to move the ballistae forward. For this reason, the entire army moved forward as well. He wanted the ballistae to be more accurate. He wanted to smash the walls that the Dionia people had worked so hard to build, so that they would have nowhere to hide. He wanted to see them hide in panic under the bombardment of the stone bullets, or be forced to leave the camp and come out to fight. Although Dionysius had ordered the Phasapeses and him to restrain the Dionysian army of Corunna, if there was a good opportunity, Diapantos would not mind defeating them. He wanted to break the undefeated record of the Dionysian army in Greece and gain more glory for himself. looking at the Syracuse gunners loading the heavy stone bullets into the barrels. Diapantos looked at the Daionia camp expectantly. Then he was surprised to see 10 black dots flying out from the enemy's camp and landing in the middle of Locri's formation. Ballisti! Diapantos' soul almost left his body. Following his exclamation, countless screams came from the army. Because the stone pellets fell in a wide arc, the killing power was actually not that great. However, the effect was too shocking. The hands that came into contact with it were broken. The legs that came into contact with it were broken. And the head that came into contact with it was flattened. If a round shield was used to block it, the shield would break and the person would die. How could the soldiers of Locri, who had never been attacked by ballisti, not feel fear in their hearts? Their morale dropped by half. While the army was panicking, the second wave of stone bullets from Daionia arrived. The soldiers of Locri dodged in panic, and the entire formation was in chaos. Retreat! Retreat now! The stone bullets continued to fall. One landed near Diapantos. He was so frightened that he could not care less about the Syracuse ballisti in front of him and hurriedly gave the order. However, when the bugles sounded, the east, west, and south gates of Daionia's west camp suddenly opened at the same time. The well-prepared soldiers rushed out in an orderly manner. The cavalry charged at the front, followed by the light infantry, light armor, and finally the heavy infantry. Although they could not catch the enemy, they could still hold the front line and prevent the enemy from counterattacking. Locri's army, whose morale was low due to the relentless bombardment of stone bombs, was retreating in disarray. When Diapantos saw the entire army of Dionysia charging towards them in a black mass, due to the color of their weapons and equipment, even if he had the intention to retaliate, he had already lost control of his army. The soldiers had also lost the courage to fight as they scrambled to retreat. Determined to avenge his comrades, Soberkos led the cavalry and caught up to the enemy from the outside. The Daionia cavalry did not use their spears. Instead, they drove their horses forward, causing the scattered soldiers to be even more disorganized and unable to regroup. After the 1,000 cavalrymen crushed the enemy for a while, the war horse instinctively slowed down. Soberkos saw that the fleeing soldiers in front of him were thinning. He raised his spear and drew circles in the air. "Drive them to the east." Soberkos shouted. Under his command, the cavalry began to split to the left and right, drawing an arc to drive the fleeing soldiers to the east. The light infantry and light armor also cooperated with the cavalry. Most of the fleeing soldiers were like headless flies. Under the intentional command of the Daionia soldiers, they could not distinguish between north, south, east, and west. They only ran in the direction that was the least pressured. At this time, the Syracuse troops outside the east camp were also bombarded by Dionia's ballisti. However, the experienced Syracuse soldiers did not panic. They quickly stabilized their position and retreated for a distance before retaliating with their ballisti. Both sides were in a stalemate. The fleeing soldiers of Lochley surged forward like a tidal wave, instantly disrupting the left flank of the Syracuse soldiers. Dracos, who was in the camp, would not let go of such a golden opportunity. He immediately ordered, "All troops attack!" The soldiers of the 5th Legion quickly rushed out of the camp. Phasapeses saw that the situation was not good. He decisively ordered retreat. The Syracuse troops quickly retreated. At the same time, they tried their best to maintain an orderly formation, roughly squeezing the fleeing soldiers of Lochley behind them. The Daionia cavalry and the soldiers of the 4th Legion chased for 5 to 6 miles until a large group of enemy cavalry caught up to them. Only then did Epithenes order his troops to retreat. He had a deep impression of the ferocious cavalry of Syracuse, and was worried that the exhausted and scattered soldiers would be at a disadvantage. In fact, the Syracuse cavalry and the mercenary cavalry had already followed Dionysius to Hyernin. It was only the Lochley cavalry that appeared here. Under Dracos' supervision, the 5th Legion, who did not have the help of cavalry, only blew the horn to retreat after the light armor soldiers, who were the most adept at running, had their legs jelly. On the way back to the city, the defeated Diapantos met Phasapeses, who was in a bad mood due to his first defeat and received a scolding from the latter. This was the first time Dionia's ballista was used in a field battle, and it caught the Syracuse coalition unprepared. The ballista itself did not kill more than a few dozen people, but it caused panic in the Lochlea army, creating the conditions for Dionia's Legio IV to launch a surprise attack. Legio IV surprise attack and subsequent experienced driving of the fleeing soldiers caused the Syracuse coalition to retreat. In this battle, the Syracuse coalition suffered more than 1,000 casualties, including more than 500 who were captured. Most of them were Lochlea soldiers. For Dionia's southern troops, this was a significant victory. Assists was shocked when he received an urgent request for help from Trine late at night. The reason why Assists could become the acting governor of Canopitia was because the Devers had rich administrative experience in the Lucania Mountains and rich military experience, and that Assists was suitable to be the governor of Canopitia, a city on the southern border of Dionia. As he was not a senator, he could only serve as the acting governor. However, with the experience of serving as the city's governor, Assists would be elected to the Senate next year. After Assists took office, he used the experience he learned in Lucania municipality to effectively ease the racial conflict between the Brudi and the New Greeks in Canopitia. He also used Canopitia's geographical location to develop trade with Trine and other Southern Alliance states, improving the poor living conditions of the Canopitians. This made Canopitia's political situation stable, and he did not disappoint the Devers' expectations. At this time, the news that Syracuse had approached Trine in such a short time made him very uneasy. He had a better understanding of the Southern Alliance's battle plan. Trine, Crotone, and Siltine would work together to defend the West Coast Passage and prevent Syracuse's army from invading the Southern Alliance's territory. This was to buy time for Dionia's main forces to rush back. Originally, Assists estimated that Crotone, Siltine, and Trine had a total of more than 30,000 citizen soldiers. With the natural barrier of the Lamato River, which was wide and deep, it should not be a problem for them to hold out for 10 to 20 days. Moreover, if the situation became tense in the later stages, the reserve soldiers in the Brudi region could provide timely assistance. However, he did not expect Syracuse's army to arrive so quickly. It was far faster than most of the Greek city-states' armies could mobilize, assemble, and march. Of course, Syracuse's army had already been mobilized and assembled. However, the fact that such a large army was able to arrive at Trine in 3 days was enough to show that the dictator of Sicily, Dionysius, was fully prepared and determined for this war. Should he send reinforcements? The reason why Assists hesitated was because the Devers personally wrote him a letter a few days ago. In the letter, they repeatedly reminded him to strengthen the city's defenses. Once Syracuse broke through the defensive line, he must do everything possible to defend Canopitia and not let Syracuse step into Brudi territory. However, Trine and Dionia had a close relationship. Not to mention their firm support for Dionia in the Southern Alliance, Canopitia and Trine were very close to each other and had frequent trade exchanges. Their relationship was very good. If he did not help them, he was afraid that it would destroy the good impression the Trine people had of Dionia. It would also destroy the good business that the Dionia alliance had worked hard to establish in Greece over the past few years. After thinking about it, Assists finally made up his mind. He made a promise to the Trine emissary. In the name of Hades, he would personally lead Canopiticia's reinforcements to Trine first thing in the morning. After sending away the grateful emissary, Assists decided to write a letter to Helos, who had just been appointed as the chief executive of Cosenza. He told him about the new movements of Syracuse's army and his own concerns. He also asked for reinforcements. He believed that the former captain of the Devers would make the right choice. After writing, he immediately set off with the letter and rushed to Cosenza under the starry night. Then he called the patrol captain who had just fallen asleep and asked him to inform the reserve soldiers of the 5th Legion to gather at the square the next morning. After doing all this, Assists returned to his bedroom, exhausted both physically and mentally. Chapter 414. Sigh. Tina. Syracuse's army is approaching Treen. I don't think the Southern Alliance's army will be able to stop them at the north bank of the Ramato River, Assist said honestly. Then doesn't that mean that the Canopetia we're in is in danger? Tina was shocked. Assists did not answer. He sat on the bed and hugged his wife. Is the child asleep? Mza has taken him to sleep. Tina pointed at the bedroom beside them. Assists hesitated for a moment before saying, Bring the child to Cosenza tomorrow. Tina's eyes widened and she shouted, I'm not going. I'm the daughter of Senator Vespa. My brother is the governor of Gramentum. I'm also the wife of the governor of Canopetia. The people of Canopetia are defending against Syracuse's invasion. If I leave with the child, what will the people here think? Will they still listen to your commands? Assists was stunned for a moment. He hugged his wife tightly and gritted his teeth. You're right. I was too busy thinking about the safety of you and the child that I forgot about this. My whole family is here, all of us. Tina comforted her husband. With Hades's protection, Canopetia will be able to hold on. And when Master Devers returns, Syracuse will definitely be chased away. Assists looked at his wife. He did not expect her to be more confident in this war than him. He just did not know how Master Devers was doing in Lucania. The messengers sent by the Samni army stationed in Poseidonia spent the whole afternoon and night on their journey. They finally arrived at the Samni camp not far from the city of Poseidonia in the wee hours of the morning. What did you say? Dionia has surrounded Poseidonia. Torlek, the Pentine leader, could not sit still when he heard the news. After all, he had left 3,000 Pentine warriors in Poseidonia. Did you find out? Which Dionia unit is it? Vilan, the leader of Hilpini, asked the messenger carefully. It's Dionia's Legio III, we're sure. And when they were building the camp, the soldiers were shouting in Lucanian. The messenger replied confidently. Violini knew that the 3rd Legion of the Dionians was mainly made up of Lucanians. After hearing the messenger's words, he was relieved. It had only been less than 10 days since he led his army to invade the Potentian territory. Based on his years of experience fighting the Greeks in Campania, the Dionians needed to mobilize the citizens in Turiae, gather the troops, prepare the supplies, and then lead the army through the rugged Lucanian mountains. It would take at least half a month for them to arrive here. It was just like how they had been mobilizing and preparing since they reached an agreement with the Syracusa people 2 months ago. That was why they had such a huge force today. How many of them? Torlek asked. Including Elia's army, the total number is more than 10,000. Vilan. Torlek looked at Hilpini. Vilan looked at Torlek's piercing gaze. Of course. He knew what Pentni wanted to say. At this time, Vilan interrupted loudly. This Dionia's Legio III is quite fast. Father, it was not easy for Uncle Torlek to return with his army. With Syracuse's ballistae, we might be able to take down Gramentum if we attack with all our might tomorrow. Vilan became more anxious as he spoke. The cunning Dionia doesn't dare to fight us head-on. They want to disrupt our plan by attacking Poseidonia. We can't, Vilan interrupted him loudly. Poseidonia has stored a large amount of food for our army. It's very important to us. We can't let Dionia take it. We have to save Poseidonia. Vilan's words calmed Torlek down a little. Vilan, I will lead my warriors to save Pitney and the rest. He stood up and prepared to leave. Don't worry, Torlek. Vilan turned to look at the leader of Caltini's army. The Dionia's Legio III is a slippery fish. I'm afraid they will run away again and cause us more trouble. Leader Quinduink, can you lead the warriors of Caltini and the warriors of Pentni to capture this fish and destroy it along with the reinforcements of Elia? Vilan waved his right fist in the air. You can even continue to march towards Elia and try to take down this Greek city. This way, the safety of Poseidonia will be more guaranteed. The warriors of Kaltini will agree to this request of yours." Quinduink immediately agreed. He was very excited to be able to plunder the Greeks. He immediately got up and left with Torlek. When only the leaders of the Hilpini tribe were left in the tent, Jern complained loudly, "Father, it wasn't easy for us to gather our army and prepare to launch an all-out attack on Potentia. But now, not only did you agree to let Torlek leave, you even asked Quinduink to help. With so many warriors leaving, when will we be able to take down Potentia?" His words were echoed by some of the leaders. "Jern, if the great leader doesn't let Torlek leave, he won't leave. Don't forget that there are still 3,000 Pentni warriors in Poseidonia. Torlek is the great leader of the Pentni, not the leader of Hilpini. How can the great leader stop him? If we forcefully stop him, it will only cause our two tribes to quarrel, which is not good for the whole war. So the great leader has no choice but to do this." The leader of Benventum, Leskok, defended Vilan. Jern snorted, but he was still a little unwilling. Vilan smiled and nodded to Leskok to express his gratitude. This leader of Benventum was favored by many tribe leaders and was considered the best candidate to be the next great leader. Vilan explained, "If it wasn't for the fact that the Legio III of Dionia came too quickly, and the Pentni warriors in Poseidonia didn't have time to repair the city's defenses, Torlek wouldn't have panicked so much. That's why I asked Quinduink to bring the Kaltini warriors with him. The total number of reinforcements will add up to 25,000, enough to crush the Legio III of Dionia, so that these Dionia people won't continue to cause trouble for us." As Vilan spoke, he looked around at the leaders in the tent and said, "They're fighting in Poseidonia, so we can't just sit back and do nothing. Didn't the people of Syracuse say that Potentia's terrain is high and the mountain roads are inclined, so the ballistae won't be easy to set up and aim? We should take this opportunity to build a platform to set up the ballistae according to what the people of Syracuse said, and at the same time continue to expand the camp and tighten the siege on Potentia." "Got it," Jern replied weakly. Vilan glanced at him and smiled. "Not attacking Potentia now is actually beneficial to us." This sentence successfully aroused the doubts of everyone, including his son. "A few days ago, when the people of Syracuse delivered the rations, they told us that Dionysius's army will launch an attack on Greece in a few days. If that's the case, we should slow down the attack and let Potentia City be safe for the time being. Do you think the people of Dionia will choose to face the army of Syracuse on a flat beach? Or will they risk the danger of having their territory empty and send reinforcements all the way to Potentia to deal with us, who won't be a threat to Dionia for the time being? Of course they'll turn their main force to face the people of Syracuse, because they're a bigger threat," Leskok said loudly. At this moment, Jern also understood and said excitedly, "If that's the case, we don't have to worry about the reinforcements of Dionia, and we can steadily take over Potentia and even Lucania." Seeing that the atmosphere in the tent had become lively, Vilan seized the opportunity and said, "So we have to tighten our belts and not let anyone in Potentia escape because they are our wealth." Ever since the people of Potentia retreated into the city, the Samanai people did not launch an attack on Potentia. However, this did not make the people in the city feel relieved. Anyone who saw the Samanai camp that was continuously being built at the foot of the hill, the endless military tents that stretched to the west from the top of the hill, and the countless bonfires that were lit at night like the stars in the sky, could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Not to mention the trench that was constantly deepening and lengthening, and the antlers erected in front of the trench. The Samanai people wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. The enemy was so powerful, but there was no news of the reinforcements during this period. The city of Potentia was like an isolated island isolated from the world. Panic and uneasiness were gradually devouring the courage of the people who were united against the common enemy. Pwameth forced himself to be calm to boost the confidence of the people, but he woke up with nightmares every night. In less than a month, He had actually lost more than 10 kilograms. Last night, he was even more unable to sleep because the Samanai people had a new kind of siege equipment that could shoot helmet-sized stones from 100 meters away like arrows. The stones crossed the city wall and destroyed several wooden houses. Pwameth still remembered the panic in the eyes of every soldier around him. It was so clear that even he had doubts about whether he could defend the city. At this time, he did not have the appetite to drink the meat soup served by the servants. He just took a few bites of the coarse wheat cake and forced himself to be energetic, ready to continue his daily work, patrolling the city. Chapter 415. Brother, you're back? Pwameth accidentally dropped his helmet on the ground. He did not care and asked excitedly, "Where is he?" "Big brother, I'm back." With a loud shout, Borat's sturdy figure appeared in the hall. Pwameth hurried forward and grabbed him tightly with both hands. "Brother, you're back. That's great, you're back." Pwameth's excited voice was choked with sobs. He had never missed his warlike brother as much as he did today. Yes, Pwameth was good at balancing the interests of the tribes and governing the town. But when it came to marching, fighting, and boosting morale, it was his brother who loved to cause trouble since young. More importantly, did Turiai send reinforcements? He asked anxiously. "They're here. They're led by Sir Devers himself. They're the two strongest armies in Daionia, with a total of 20,000 men." Borat said excitedly, "That's great. They're finally here. God Asanu bless us." Pwameth covered his chest with his hands as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His pale face regained its vigor. "Where are they now?" "They didn't come directly to Potentia. Instead, they went to Picassus and are preparing to attack Poseidonia." Borat saw his brother, so happy, and subconsciously lowered his voice. "Attack Poseidonia?" The smile on Pwameth's face froze. What followed was anger. "Our city of Potentia is about to be breached by the Samanai. That Devers actually brought reinforcements to a small coastal town 100 miles away that we don't even care about. What evil intentions does he have? Does he want to see us destroyed and then come to take advantage of us?" It was rare for Borat to see his calm and gentle brother so angry, but he was not in the mood to laugh at him. "Big brother, listen to me. Listen to me. Sir Devers attacked Poseidonia to end the siege of Potentia by the Samanai, or even defeat them." Pwameth, who was preparing to throw a wooden chair in the hall, heard his brother shout. He dropped the chair with a clang and asked suspiciously, "Is that so?" "Yes." Borat did not avoid his gaze and said solemnly, "After I received your urgent letter, I wanted to return to Potentia from Turiai immediately, but Sir Devers sent people to stop me. He wanted to personally lead the troops and needed a guide who understood Potentia and the Samanai to provide him with useful advice. So I left with the Daionia reinforcements. After Picassus finalized the Dionysian army's plan to repel the Samanai, Sir Devers asked me to return to Potentia as soon as possible to cooperate with him in future military operations. He wanted to send a team to escort me back, but I refused. This is where I played since I was young. Every hillside, every path, every cave, and every boulder is familiar to me. No matter how tight the Samanai's blockade is, I can still sneak in. If I bring them along, it will be dangerous." Listening to Borat, especially after learning about the Devers plan, Pwameth gradually calmed down. "So, the Daionia has already begun to march towards Poseidonia. What we need to do now is to pay close attention to the Samanai's movements at the foot of the mountain." "Yes." Borat nodded again. Pwameth exhaled and relaxed his entire body. "Second brother, since you're back, I'll leave the important task of leading the potential warriors to fight against the Samanai to you." Borat shook his head. "Not now, big brother." "Why?" Pwameth was a little puzzled. "Because that would cause too much of a commotion. If the Samanai knew that I've returned from Turiai, they might guess that Daionia's reinforcements might have arrived. Then, Sir Devers' plan might fail. I even suggest that you hide the news of my return for the time being." Puamet thought for a while and could not help but say, "Second brother, you're right. I didn't expect that after a trip to Turiai, you've become more meticulous in your considerations." Borat was a little embarrassed. "This is all thanks to Sir Devers's reminder." Sir Devers? Puamet only then realized that Borat's tone was strange. "I remember that you didn't call him that before," Puamet said slowly. Borat recalled the past few days of action with the Legion of Dionysia and the many times he met and talked with the Devers. He replied seriously, "He's really an amazing person." Cypros was still hoping that after a day of rapid march, the people of Syracuse would rest and reorganize the next day, so that Trine, Crotone, and Silatina could have some buffer time so that they could defend the north bank of the Ramato River. But the Greeks had underestimated Dionysius's determination. When he went all out, his actions and wisdom were terrifying. Back then, Himilco, the commander of Carthage, led the army to defeat the army of Syracuse. If not for the support of the people of Sparta, Dionysius would have been ousted from his throne by the angry people. And it was at this critical moment that Dionysius developed his strategy to the extreme. He took advantage of the fact that the people of Carthage were troubled by the plague and led the army out of the city at night. He attacked by land and sea, creating a diversion and hiding his main force, causing the experienced Himilco to misjudge and suffer a crushing defeat. This time, in order to conquer Greece, Dionysius had built an extremely large army and a huge amount of resources. In order to rope in some forces to cause trouble for Dionia, Syracuse had paid a great price. Therefore, if the expedition this time failed, Dionysius's rule in Syracuse would also be shaken. Therefore, since he set off from Sicily, he had been tense these days. Although he seemed dismissive of Dionia on the surface, that was to give the soldiers confidence. There had always been a deep fear in his heart. Therefore, he certainly understood the importance of time to the army of Syracuse. Before the march yesterday, he had asked Lochley to urgently inform the Hibernians in advance and build a rough camp in advance. So when the army arrived, although it was still chaotic, it was much more orderly than when they landed in Lochley. At least most of the soldiers were guaranteed sleep. Therefore, early the next morning, Dionysius began to assemble the troops. Although the soldiers complained, under his authority they had no choice but to break camp and go north. At the same time, he ordered the fleet of Syracuse to sail north from the port of Hyrnion and sail into the Ramato River. By noon, the large, disorderly army had reached the middle of the Ramato River, where it joined its tributary, the Coorda River. Trine had spies monitoring Hyrnion day and night, and Hyrnion also had spies monitoring the north bank of the Ramato River. Therefore, Dionysius knew that a large section of the Coorda River could be crossed, and there were not many defending troops on the other side of the river. Therefore, the army turned south and went straight to the middle of the Coorda River. The scouts on the other side of the river quickly reported back. When the chief general of Trine, Cypros, learned of Syracuse's movements, he secretly complained. As the commander of nearly 7,000 Trine soldiers in the city, he was anxious, but he did not dare to act rashly, because the sentinel at the port had also sent an urgent report. Countless Syracuse warships had appeared in the bay where Trine was located, and many soldiers could be seen on the ships. Cypros was worried that they would land on the northern coast of Trine, so he had to be on high alert at all times, and did not dare to rashly send troops to help Sirius. After Sirius received the urgent report from the Trine people and the guards on the shore last night, they hurriedly increased the number of troops on the north bank of the Coorda River to 12,000 this morning. However, they did not expect the army of Syracuse to arrive as soon as they set up camp. Sirius's chief general, Asyges, saw the appearance of Syracuse's soldiers on the other side of the river, and their numbers were increasing. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He could not help but curse. Why haven't Crotone's reinforcements arrived yet? His troops were too weak to be spread out on this long stretch of river that could be crossed. And the Crotone that he was cursing had also realized the seriousness of the situation after receiving a request for help from the Trine messenger, Starry Night. Late at night, They sent soldiers to inform all citizens of suitable age. Early this morning, there were citizens reporting to the square one after another. By noon, there were already 14,000 people gathered at the square, and more people were arriving, but Assiges and the generals could not wait any longer. So they let Astymes lead this part of the army first, and the rest of the militia and supplies would arrive later. Just as Assiges was cursing the Crotone people, Crotone's troops were anxiously rushing towards Sirius. But Dionysius obviously did not plan to give the southern Italian coalition any time to rest. Under his urging, the Syracuse army quickly rushed to the south bank of the Coerta River and started to get into formation. While the army was getting into formation, some of the Syracuse warships sailed into the Ramato River. Chapter 416. In the bay, there were warships preparing to land, and in the river, there were warships going against the current. Cypros was in a dilemma. He could only hate the fact that Ziliating was a small city with too few citizen soldiers. So he couldn't care less if he wanted to. But in the end, he made a decision. He sent 2,000 men to track the enemy ships on the north bank and prevent them from landing. But when the troops reached the confluence of the two rivers, they had no choice but to take a detour. The Ramato River flowed from north to south and was in their way. They could not cross the river, so they could only detour to the north. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Syracuse's warships approached the east bank of the Coerta River, which flowed into the Ramato River from the south. In fact, the sailors were exhausted from paddling all the time, so the soldiers on the ships hurried ashore. Dionysius was already dissatisfied with the army's lack of formation after nearly an hour. The main reason was that reinforcements kept arriving. He immediately gave the order, "Don't wait, attack." The exhausted Syracuse soldiers stepped into the cold Coerta River and charged towards the Silitinian defensive line on the other side. Although the Silitinians were few in number and their defensive line was thin, they had an absolute advantage in terms of stamina. For a moment, the Syracuse army was stuck in the river and could not advance. On this 4-mile stretch of river, the Silitinians fought with their lives to protect their homeland. They fought with the Syracuse army, which outnumbered them 4-1, for more than half an hour. The entire river was dyed red. It was only when the Syracuse soldiers arrived from the west and attacked the flank of the Silitinian formation that the morale of the Silitinians began to waver, and they finally collapsed. Dionysius heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally led his army to break through the southern Italian defensive line and entered the flat and wide Euphemia plains, but at this time the Syracuse soldiers were exhausted and had no strength to pursue the defeated army. After occupying the temporary camp abandoned by the Silitinians, Dionysius ordered his army to rest and reorganize. The assists who were about to reach Trina received news that Syracuse's army had crossed the Coerta River. The shocked assists immediately led his troops back and sent someone to explain the reason to Trine. It was only in the afternoon that Crotone's reinforcements arrived at the west courtyard. Not only did the chief general of Silatin, Parthenis, and the upper echelons of the council not welcome the arrival of the army of the former Mother State and Alliance leader, but they blamed them for their late arrival, allowing the people of Syracuse to occupy the northern bank of the Coerta River and putting the city of Silatin in danger. Ascames and the other Crotone generals did not defend themselves in the face of the accusations, because the situation had indeed reached a dangerous stage. In the evening, the winged cavalry from the north broke the silence of the Dionia barracks. Epithenes and Dracos received an urgent message from the messenger and hurried to the main tent. "Commanders, I have just received an urgent report from Silatin. The people of Syracuse have broken through the defensive line of the Coerta River and entered Silatin territory." Felicius said with a serious expression, "I have already said that the army of the Southern Alliance is unreliable." Epithenes spat on the ground angrily. "We have won this battle for nothing. How many people from the Syracuse army are in Silatin?" Dracos asked anxiously. According to the letter from Silatin, more than 50,000. Felicius picked up the letter on the table. Dracos snatched it and opened it to read. One had to know that he was illiterate when he became the leader of the mercenary army. In the past few years, in order to be able to lead the army and understand the military law and military orders, he had specially attended the adult study class in Talii school. He had studied very hard and improved very quickly. Reading letters was no longer a problem. More than 50,000 people. Epithenes exclaimed and immediately thought of something. This means that the focus of Syracuse's attack is on the west coast. The army here is only there to restrain us. That seems to be the case. Felicius nodded calmly. He was a little depressed that he could not figure out Dionysius's intentions in time. In the letter, the people of Siloton asked us to retreat to Siloton immediately and join forces with them to fight against the army of Syracuse. Dracos looked at the two of them. In fact, Lord Ansitanos also wrote a letter suggesting that we retreat to Siloton. Felicius took out another letter. Other than retreating to Siloton, do we have any other choice? Epithenes shrugged. If we continue to defend here and allow the people of Syracuse to defeat the armies of the other allied city-states on the Euphemia plains, and then allow them to take over Siloton city, our 20,000 people will really be fish in a net. Felicia sighed. But if we do that, Kyrenia will be in trouble. In order to let the people of Dionia defend with peace of mind, the people of Kyrenia provided them with abundant food every day. After repelling the enemy's attack during the day, the people of Kyrenia, including the council and civilians, came out of the city to express their gratitude. They even held a banquet for the commander and commander of the Legion of Dionysia, and sent wine to the soldiers and so on. Felicius declined the kindness of the people of Dionia, but every soldier of Dionia felt Kyrenia's gratitude and hospitality. The three of them were silent for a while. Dracos said helplessly, "There's nothing we can do under such circumstances. We can only hope that Hades will protect us and let Kyrenia defend its homeland. When we gather our forces and repel the people of Syracuse, Kyrenia's siege will naturally be lifted." Repel? Epithenes caught on to what Dracos said and asked, "Do you think we can repel Dionysius's army in the Orphemia plain?" "Why not?" Dracos pointed at the letter and asked, "According to the letter, Syracuse only has around 50,000 people there, and our two legions together with the troops of Crotone, Silatina, and Trine probably have around 50,000 people. Do you not have confidence in our legion? You should know that the soldiers of Dionia are the best soldiers in the Mediterranean Sea." Dracos glared at Epithenes angrily. "Who said I don't have confidence in our legion? Don't slander us." Epithenes was furious when he heard that. If word of this got out, how could he lead his legion in the future? "All right, stop it, both of you," Felicius yelled. "Look at the situation now, and you're still in the mood to argue? If Lord Devers knew what you're doing now, he'd regret making you two commanders." At the mention of the Devers, Epithenes and Dracos quietened down. "I'll pretend I didn't hear what you said just now. Forget it too. I don't want to hear any rumors about this among the soldiers, understand?" Felicius looked straight at the two. Epithenes pursed his lips at Dracos, and Dracos nodded reluctantly. Felicius secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "All right, let's discuss how we're going to retreat tomorrow morning." That morning, the Samni leader stationed in Poseidonia, Piccini, who had been worrying the whole night, did not expect a miracle. The Dionia army still appeared outside the city. They were divided into two groups. One was building a camp, and the other was in formation outside the city. "You want to take my Poseidonia with just 4,000 men." Piccini felt humiliated. At that moment, he saw something pushed to the front of the enemy's formation by the soldiers. His eyes widened in shock, and he could not help but hold the battlements with both hands and lean forward, trying to get a better look. Then he saw 7 or 8 small black dots fly up from the enemy's formation and hit the city wall. Bang! 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 The loud noise dispelled Piccini's hope. The people of Dionia also masturbated. For the rest of the time, The Samanai people stared at the stone bullets flying in the air, afraid that they would hit them. The already broken city wall, which had only undergone simple repairs, became even more dilapidated after the continuous bombardment of the cannons. Piccinni only hoped that reinforcements would arrive as soon as possible. The day passed in the bustle of the Daionia soldiers and the unease of the Samanai defenders. The next morning, the bugle of the Daionia camp was blown. The soldiers who woke up in the tents did not care about their sleepiness and sat up. They urged each other to quickly put on their armor. "Report, Commander. A large number of enemies have appeared in the north of the camp. It is estimated that there are more than 20,000 of them, and they are advancing towards the camp." Scout Captain Kriglu reported to Alexis, "More than 20,000 people." Alexis was not surprised, but rather happy. With the help of the guards, he dressed neatly and walked 2 steps in high spirits. He said loudly, "It seems that the Samanai people are very ambitious. They want to eat us in one bite. Ha! We still don't know who will eat who in the end." He was about to leave the tent when the tent was opened. The first captain, Lazaro, came in and shouted excitedly, "Commander, the enemies have taken the bait, and there are more than 20,000 of them." "This should be enough for you," Alexis said jokingly. Lazaro chuckled. Previously, because Alexis took the initiative to retreat from the Samanai army in Potentia, he was not very satisfied and had been sulking. Now that he was no longer angry, he only had a strong desire to fight. "Don't be anxious. Let the brothers eat their fill. Today's battle may last longer, because Sir Devers's order to the 3rd Legion is to stick to the enemy and tire them out, so that they can put all their forces into attacking our camp." Alexis reminded again. Chapter 417. At that moment, Torak was looking at the Daionia camp in the distance. In fact, the Samanese reinforcements had already arrived last night. They had planned to attack at night, but they found that the Daionia had already built a camp and it was heavily guarded. Torak was also a seasoned leader. He knew that in the dark, especially when there was no moonlight, an attack of tens of thousands of people could easily go out of control and cause unnecessary losses. Therefore, he restrained his impulse and delayed the attack until the next day. As a result, the Samanese reinforcements spent the night in the mountains. It was already early November, and the weather in the mountains was getting colder. Even though the soldiers were wrapped in leather robes to sleep, they still felt cold. Torak rubbed his slightly frozen hands. He did not expect the Daionia to build a seemingly large camp so quickly, but then he thought it's better this way. The Daionia probably won't be able to escape. He looked at the chief commander of Caltini's army and said in a negotiating tone, "Chief Quinduk, my people will attack from the north and east, and your people will attack from the west. What do you think?" "I have no objections." Quinduk nodded and then asked, "What about the south of the enemy camp?" "Don't let them run away." "The south." Torak pointed at the distant city of Poseidonia and said confidently, "They can't run away." Quinduk understood and said excitedly, "It seems that the Daionia have become prey that has fallen into the trap. It's just the right time for the warriors to vent their anger after not sleeping well last night." Quinduk said as he rubbed his slightly cold body with his hands. Torak looked around at the densely packed warriors behind him who were eager to fight and ordered, "Blow the horn!" The long and powerful sound of the horn pierced through the morning mist and reached Poseidonia, which was 2 miles away. Piccinni and Mobk, who were standing on the city wall and looking up, heard it. They were instantly shocked. "Did you hear that?" Piccinni shouted, "It's our horn. Our reinforcements have arrived." The Samanese warriors on the city wall shouted excitedly, "Warriors, get ready to go out of the city to provide support at any time and eliminate those hateful Daonians." Piccinni's dejection from yesterday was swept away, and he shouted in high spirits, "Roar! Roar!" The soldiers roared in unison. Alexis observed the slowly approaching enemy from the watchtower. She said calmly, "The enemy is preparing to attack. Tell all the squads to get ready." I'll go now." The adjutant turned around and went downstairs. "The rest is up to you guys," Alexis said expectantly to the ballista observer, Steponian, who was also on the tower. Since the observer was from Dionysia Academy, Alexis' attitude was quite polite. "Don't worry, Lord Commander," Steponian replied confidently, but his heart was pounding. Because of the morning fog, he could not clearly see the markings made outside the camp yesterday, so he could only rely on his eyes to judge. Torek led the attack on the north side of the camp. Due to the lack of time, when the troops rushed to the rescue, they did not bring the Syracuse ballista, nor did they have any large siege equipment. They only made a few dozen ladders at the last minute before resting last night. But Tony believed that it was enough. This was because the scouts reported that there were no other defensive facilities outside the Dionia camp except for the trenches. Therefore, the huge reinforcements only needed to break through the not-so-tall mud wall of the camp, and the Dionia could only wait for their deaths inside. When the attacking troops were about 250 meters away from the camp, Torek swung his spear forward. "Attack!" More than 10 trumpeters blew their horns at the same time. Woo! 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 The sound echoed throughout the battlefield. Some of the Samanese warriors carried the ladders, some raised their shields, and some only held javelins and spears. They began to move faster. Elevation 40, full string, small projectiles. Steponian shouted from the watchtower. "Prepare the ballista," the ballistic captain ordered. Elevation 40, full string, small projectiles. Under the soldiers' quick control, the ballista let out a creaking sound. Whoosh! 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 Stone projectiles were ejected with a strong gust of wind. The ballistic captain looked at the stone projectiles flying towards the enemy. He was excited, but also a little regretful. The ballista had bombarded the city of Poseidonia for a long time yesterday, causing some of the ballistas to be damaged. Otherwise, they would have killed more enemies. Torek saw a shadow flying over his head and thought, not good. However, he was not as surprised as General Diapantos. After all, in the hearts of the Samanese, the Greeks were all highly skilled. If Syracuse could make ballistas, then so could Dionia. The ballista did not scare Torek. Instead, it stimulated his ferocity. He waved his short sword again and shouted, "Charge! Kill all the Greeks!" The warriors around him roared, and the roar quickly spread to the entire army. The screams caused by the falling stone projectiles were completely drowned out. The Samanese morale was high. They took large strides towards the Dionia camp. 100 meters. A shout came from the watchtower. "Archers, get ready." Ibaloo, the light infantry captain, shouted. The archers had been waiting behind the mud wall for a long time. They spread out in a fan shape and pulled their bows. Hundreds of arrows rained down on the Samanese attacking formation. The screams caused by the stone projectiles were no longer the few screams caused by the stone projectiles. The weak defense of the Samanese brought a lot of results to the light infantry of Dionia. However, the screams did not slow down the Samanese advance. After only 2 rounds of arrows, the Samanese had already rushed within 50 meters. The soldiers of Dionia Legio III could clearly hear the rumbling footsteps of the enemy and feel the slight tremors caused by the countless footsteps. Even their shouts shrouded the entire camp. Although the soldiers were a little nervous, they did not panic. This was because they were Dionia Legio III. They had made many military achievements for Dionia. They participated in the Second Crotone War and took down the city of Asplustum alone. They had raided the city of Gramentum. They had quelled the rebellion of Lucania with a legion, annihilated the forces of Sinsing, and captured the city of Picassus. The dazzling stars on the flag of Legio III symbolized their honor. Today's battle would definitely increase the honor of the 3rd Legion. The company captain, Hidenot, was once a Greek slave in Nudum. After Dionia captured Nudum, he gained his freedom and chose to settle in Nudum. He eventually joined the Dionia Legio III and became a mid-level officer who commanded 200 people through his own efforts. The hatred of the past had dissipated. Now he was fighting side by side with the Lacanian soldiers who he once hated but were now like brothers for their homeland, the Daionia alliance. "Javelins!" he shouted. The well-prepared soldiers, standing on the mud wall, threw the javelins in their hands with all their might. The Samnites who rushed to the camp's trench also threw javelins. For a moment, countless javelins crisscrossed in the air. As both sides had fought before, they already understood each other's tactics and raised their shields to protect themselves. Compared to the densely packed and poorly equipped Samnite warriors outside the camp, the Daionia soldiers were on high ground and had the protection of mud walls and shields. Their casualties were not high, but from time to time, javelins would hit the shields. It was very inconvenient to use them, but at the moment, there was no time to cut them off. Although the Samnites suffered more casualties, the rain of javelins continued. With its suppression, the Samnite warriors rushed to the trench and jumped directly into the trench. Some set up long ladders, while few people set up human walls and began to climb up with all their might. The Daionia soldiers threw javelins into the trench. At such a close distance, almost every shot was accurate, but even so, they could not stop the Samnites from attacking. "Pour oil! Quick, pour oil!" Stheniot shouted anxiously as he bent down to grab the tung oil tank that had been prepared in advance and placed behind the wall. Then he heard a scream. A soldier behind him was pierced in the left shoulder by a javelin and fell to the ground in pain. Stheniot crouched down vigilantly and peeked out from behind the mud wall. He happened to see a Samnite javelin thrower less than 5 meters away from him, holding a javelin. The javelin was about to throw, but it was shot down by the marksman on the sentry tower of the camp. Stheniot quickly stood up and smashed the oil tank down. It hit the head of a Samnite warrior in the trench. The oil tank broke and oil spilled everywhere. Quite a number of soldiers on the mud wall did the same thing as Hidenot. They threw their torches into the trench, and a wall of fire instantly rose in the trench. Countless men on fire howled in the trench until there was no sound. "Commander, the enemy in the north has temporarily retreated. According to preliminary statistics, we have 240 casualties." The adjutant rushed to report. "We have lost so many brothers before the battle even started." Although there were more Samnites moaning on the ground and burning in the trench outside the camp, Alexis still frowned. She was also a little afraid of the lethality of the Samnite javelins. He pointed to the south of the camp and said, "Look, the enemy in Poseidonia has also come out. The battle has just begun. It's a pity that we brought too few oil tanks. Otherwise, if they were used in several directions at the same time, the Samnites would have suffered great losses." The adjutant said regretfully. Chapter 418. Because the Samnite attacking from the north had the largest number, Alexis had concentrated most of the cannons and light infantry on this side. When Tolek led his troops to retreat temporarily, the 7,000 Khatini warriors in the south, under the leadership of Quinduk, had already started to climb the mud wall. The 1st and 2nd brigades were responsible for the defense on this side. Even Lazuru, who loved to fight, could not help but feel numb when he saw the dense crowd of people below the mud wall and in the trenches. "Don't panic, stab again. No matter how many enemies there are, they can't come up." Lazuru held his shield and spear and walked back and forth behind the soldiers. As he observed the enemy, he also loudly encouraged them. "Be careful, Captain," the guard behind him suddenly exclaimed. From the corner of his eyes, Lazuru saw a black figure ignore the stabbing of the soldiers and jump down from the top of the long ladder, straight towards him. It happened so suddenly that he did not even have time to swing his spear. Instead, he quickly threw away his shield and spear. Just as he pulled out the short sword at his waist, he was pushed to the ground. Pressed under the enemy, their limbs entangled. In this narrow distance, he struggled to push the short sword in his hand forward, but it actually hit a hard object and could not stab into the chest. At this time, The black figure's strong hands had already pressed hard on his eyes. He could only feel his eyes swelling in pain. At this moment of life and death, Lazaro did not panic. He turned his right wrist upwards, and the short sword stuck against the hard object and stabbed upwards. The black figure groaned and fell backwards. The short sword had pierced through his lower jaw. Lazaro pushed him away forcefully and immediately stood up. The soldiers that rushed overused their spears to stab the struggling enemy. Lazaro shook his slightly dizzy head and gently rubbed his swollen and painful eyes. He squinted and saw that the person was wearing silver armor, and there were also silver greaves on his legs. As far as Lazaro knew, there were about 4 types of samurai warriors: light infantry who held spears and bayonets without any protection, light infantry who only held spears, shields, and javelins and wore helmets without armor, medium infantry who held shields, spears, and helmets with golden breastplates, and heavy infantry who wore helmets with colorful feather crowns and wore silver armor with shins. However, there were not many of these heavy infantry among the samurai people, and their status in the tribe was not low. Lazaro looked carefully at the dead body on the ground. He bent down to pick up his short sword and waved it with all his might to get rid of the bloodstains on the sword. Now, when he recalled the scene just now, he felt a little scared. If he was still wearing his previous equipment and was still using the curved military knife, that was a type of curved sword that was more suitable for slashing, it would have been very difficult for him to swing it and slash the enemy's neck in a dangerous situation of close combat. Instead, his eyes would have been blinded by the enemy's hands. Lazaro held the sword in his right hand and the shield in his left. He stood there and watched. At this time, most of the soldiers standing behind the wall had stopped stabbing down. Because the enemy kept climbing up the wall, most of them raised their shields and pushed outwards to block the stabbing spears. At the same time, they knocked the enemy into the trench. Once the enemy lost his balance, the spears and short swords would stab through the gaps between the shields. Behind the soldiers, fighting with all their might, there were also soldiers on the second line. They were ready to fill in at any time, and at the same time they had to surround and kill the enemies that suddenly broke in. The samurai people had always been plundering in the Campanian lands and rarely attacked fortified cities. In fact, they lacked experience in sieging cities. So Talik, who had never led so many soldiers before, was full of ambition and wanted to destroy the encampment that was already surrounded. He did not expect that this small encampment would cause his army to stumble. Just that wall of fire alone had cost the lives of hundreds of Pentni warriors. So he was filled with resentment and anger. He retreated to regroup the encampment. When the fire weakened, he blew the horn to attack again. The samurai warriors charged in front with the anger of revenge, while the light infantry followed behind them naked. They all took off their shirts and wrapped them with a handful of soil. They held a javelin in one hand and a bag of soil in the other, ready to rescue their people who were on fire at any time. When the samurai attacking the north side of the encampment braved the continuous attacks of stone bullets, arrows, and javelins, they jumped into the trench again. They set up long ladders, stepped on the corpses of their people, and continued to climb up. The defending Daionia soldiers did not throw any more oil cans. Under the protection of the guards, Talik, who was anxiously urging his people to attack, almost tripped over the bag of soil that the light infantry had placed in front of the trench. He had an idea and shouted, "Throw the bag of soil down! Throw the bag of soil down!" Under the leadership of their leader, the light infantry, who were throwing javelins into the encampment, quickly concentrated on throwing the bag of soil into the trench. Soon, a few passages were filled in the trench. Seeing this, the samurai people became even more excited. They continued to add the bag of soil, trying to build it to the same height as the top of the wall. The Daionia soldiers also kept stabbing the bag of soil with their spears, trying to destroy the enemy's plan. The samurai warriors continuously surged up from the slope built by the bag of soil, trying to occupy the top of the wall. The shields of both sides collided and the spears exchanged blows. A fierce, close combat began. Commander, General Lartine's General Elia is asking for help. The adjutant rushed to the north side of the encampment and reported to Alexis, who was nervously watching the battle. They can't hold on any longer. Alexis frowned. She had ordered the Elia troops and half of the heavy infantry brigade, about 2,000 people, to defend the south side of the encampment. There should not be too many Samanai people coming out of the city of Poseidonia, so their defense should not be too tight. The Elia people don't understand the Samanai's tactics. Many of them were hit by the javelins, and they seemed to be frightened by the Samanai's momentum. The adjutant explained. The allied army is really... Alexis stopped halfway and swallowed the word unreliable back into her stomach. She could not say anything that would break the unity at this time. Light Armor Brigade, send 400 people to support the southern encampment. The military law of Daionia emphasized in the operational principles that the commander of the troops should, if possible, keep as many reserves as possible in case of emergency. Therefore, Alexis used the Light Armor Brigade as a reserve. At this time, it was time to use them. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a loud crashing sound and screams in front of him. The wall is collapsing. Alexis was shocked. She saw that the northern wall and the slope built by the enemy's bag of soil, because of the intense fighting and trampling of the soldiers from both sides, could not bear the burden and collapsed, causing a cloud of dust to rise. When the dust dissipated, there was a gap about 4 people wide in the mud wall. The Samanai people were rushing in through the gap, and the soldiers were desperately trying to block them. The battle had finally reached the most critical moment. Edgard, send a company to support the southern encampment. The other light armor companies immediately pushed the enemy back. Alexis pointed at the place where the fierce battle was going on, and with a serious expression, he gave the order to the Light Armor Brigade leader. "Brothers, it's finally our turn." Edgard turned around and shouted excitedly to the Light Armor Brigade. "Roar!" The Light Armor Brigade, full of fighting spirit, roared in unison. This roar made Alexis's nervousness slightly dissipate. He solemnly said to the adjutant, "You take 200 Light Armor Brigade and quickly support the southern encampment. I don't have any reserves here, so you have to defend the southern wall no matter what. Lartines doesn't know how to command, so you will do it." "Understood, Commander." The adjutant solemnly saluted, turned around, and left. At this moment, Alexis began to anxiously look forward to the arrival of the Devers' reinforcements as soon as possible. In fact, on a small hill a mile east of the Daionia Legio, 3 encampment, the Devers, Tormid, and a group of guards were overlooking the battlefield. Nearly 30,000 Samanai warriors surrounded the center from the east, west, south, and north. The small encampment was like a broken boat in danger of being swallowed by the huge waves at any time. Tormid could not help but sigh. Legio 3 is fighting very tenaciously to be able to hold on for so long. "Yes, it's not easy." The Devers nodded approvingly, then he asked in a serious tone, "But they are not fighting alone. Have all the troops reached their predetermined positions?" "Yes, Lord Supreme Commander." The herald, Tormid, finished saluting and reported excitedly, "The First Legion has reached the northeast of the encampment, about 1.5 miles away. The Second Legion has reached the southeast of the encampment, more than 1 mile away. Led's cavalry has blocked the road to the northern mountains. Izum's reconnaissance team and Lau's army are rushing to the city of Poseidonia, ready to cut off the enemy's attempt to escape back to the city." In fact, standing on this small hill, one could roughly see the movements of the various troops. They did not blow their bronze horns, nor did they shout. Instead, they quietly and quickly stretched their formation horizontally in an attempt to surround the enemy outside the encampment, while at the same time advancing towards the encampment. "Since everything has been arranged, then let us wait for the good news of victory," the Devers said with a relaxed face, then sat on the rock leisurely, ready to watch the battle. Chapter 419. The people of Daionia are here. The reinforcements of Daionia are here. The archers on the sentry tower were shouting the same thing as the wounded Samnite soldiers, but they were shouting in joy. "Our reinforcements are here! Our reinforcements are here! They're finally here!" Alexis heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the news. The soldiers' morale was greatly boosted when they heard the shout. Their weary bodies seemed to be filled with energy again. They roared in unison, trying their best to drive the enemy out of the camp. Torak, who heard the shout, was still unwilling to believe it. When he turned around and saw the army of Dionia rushing towards them, any stragglers would be swallowed up in an instant. His whole body seemed to be drained of energy. He staggered and fell to the ground. There was only one thought in his mind: it's over. We've fallen into the trap of the Dionia. The Samnite soldiers, who had been fighting for a long time, were equally exhausted when they saw the menacing soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia coming from behind. Although they panicked, most of the soldiers did not turn around to escape. Instead, they picked up their spears and turned around to resist the enemy's surprise attack. There was only one thought in their minds: fight. However, the continuous arrival of new reinforcements and the pincer attack from the front and back made the resistance of the Samnite soldiers futile. On the contrary, it affected them from escaping in time. As the Samnite people continued to fall, the remaining soldiers finally lost their fighting spirit and began to flee. Some of the soldiers were already exhausted, so they simply abandoned their weapons and surrendered. Thus, after a period of time, the battle was basically over. All that was left was to chase after the defeated soldiers. In the camp of Dionia, the soldiers of Legio III were either cleaning up the bodies of their comrades, receiving treatment from the medical camp, or leaning against the mud wall and lying on the ground to rest. Legion Commander Alexis was solemnly listening to the adjutant's report on the casualties of the Legion. According to the preliminary statistics of the medical camp, our Legion suffered 412 casualties, 251 were seriously injured, and 537 were lightly injured. A total of 1,200 casualties. 1,200 casualties! Alexis clenched her fists in shock. That's 15% of the main force of the Legion. This casualty is quite high. The adjutant saw the commander's pained expression and quickly comforted him. There's nothing we can do about it. We're facing the ferocious Samnite who outnumber us 3-1. Alexis sighed and said nothing. At this moment, the originally quiet camp suddenly boiled over. Alexis watched as the Devers entered the camp with the guards. As they walked towards the center, they chatted amiably with the soldiers they met. Alexis hurried over to greet him. Before he could even get close, Devers caught up to him and gave him a very strong hug. "Well done, Commander Alexis." This sentence made most of the sadness, grievance, and dissatisfaction in Alexis' heart dissipate. He saluted and answered, reporting to the Supreme Commander, "Legio III has completed its combat mission and is currently resting." It's more than just completing the mission. Devers looked around at the soldiers, who quickly crowded over. Their faces were covered with dust and bloodstains and were full of exhaustion. He clenched his right fist and hammered heavily on his left chest. "Brothers of Legio III, you've defended your camp and fought hard against an enemy 3 times your size. You've made a great contribution to the final annihilation of the Samnite. You've saved Potentia. You've removed the danger of our Lacanian territory being invaded. You've changed the entire war situation of Dionia in the north. Not only do I want to thank you, but the entire people of Dionia want to thank you. You're the heroes of Dionia and will be remembered in the Temple of Hades in Turii. Victory to Legio III." Devers' passionate words reached the ears of every soldier. Whether they were Lacanians or Greeks, they were so excited that they shed tears. "Victory to Legio III! Victory to Devers! Victory to Dionia!" Continuous cheers resounded over the camp. When the captive Samnite warriors heard this voice, their faces were filled with unspeakable pain and frustration in this battle. Devers besieged the enemy's reinforcements and used Legio III as bait to attract 26,000 to 7,000 Samni warriors to besiege them. Taking advantage of the fatigue of the veterans, they secretly mobilized more than 2 legions to encircle and annihilate them. Tens of thousands of Samni warriors were captured, causing more than 7,000 casualties. Only nearly 3,000 people escaped into the mountains. At the same time, they easily recaptured the city of Poseidonia and obtained a large number of supplies that were piled up in the city and had yet to be transported to the Samni camp in Potentia. It could be said to be a complete victory. On this day, the army of Syracuse, which had broken through the north bank of the Ramato River, was still biding their time. They built a simple camp at the confluence of the Ramato River and the Coorta River, and used dozens of fast boats to build a pontoon bridge across the Coorta River, allowing the supplies from Hyhernion to be delivered smoothly to the camp of Syracuse. The soldiers could finally have a full meal. To the west of the camp of Syracuse, the Trine people who were close to the Tyrrhenian Sea were still in a state of panic. They sent out a large number of scouts to keep a close eye on the camp of Syracuse, and at the same time sent messengers to Syracuse while maintaining contact with Canopetia. In Syracuse, even though the number of Crotone's troops had increased to 17,000, causing the strength of the Allied forces in Syracuse to skyrocket to 30,000 people, the people were still uneasy. Syracuse's main camp was less than 30 miles away from the city of Xyliting. A few hours of marching would be enough to reach the city. Now, all of the Xyliting citizens had abandoned their homes outside the city and brought their families with them to escape into Xyliting. With regards to Crotone's full support, the leaders of Syracuse, led by Prytines, could no longer blame them. However, with regards to the pressure of Syracuse's army, the allied forces of Crotone and Syracuse could do nothing about it. The only thing they could do was to send scouts to the south every once in a while to understand the movements of the Legion of Dionysia. On this day, the 4th and 5th legions of Dionia began to break camp early in the morning. In order to prevent Syracuse from using this abandoned camp, they not only removed the tents, pulled down the wooden fences, but also bulldozed the earth rampart and filled in the trenches. The reason why they spent so much effort was to repay the kindness of the people of Syracuse and to make up for the guilt in their hearts. Last night, when Felicius informed the people of the news that the Dionysian army had to prepare to retreat, although they knew that the situation could not be reversed, Prytines and the others still did their best to retain the reinforcements that could protect Kyrenia's safety. Felicius could only bear to reject their request. However, when they were about to leave today, almost all the people of Kyrenia came out to see the Dionysian army off. Not only did they help the soldiers break camp, they also brought along freshly cooked bread, oatmeal, and water, hoping that the soldiers could have a full meal before they left. The deep friendship of Kyrenia and the heartbreaking words of persuasion moved many Dionia soldiers. Due to the military order, they had to go north, but the words of comfort to the people of Kyrenia were more or less the same. Don't worry. As long as you hold the city of Kyrenia, we will rendezvous with the other allied forces. Soon we will defeat Syracuse's army, and then we will come to save you. Felicius said the same thing to Phreneres, but in an even more tactful manner. Phreneres did not seem to hear the uncertainty in Felicius' words. He said with determination, "Kyrenia has been besieged by Rockley too many times. No one in Greece is better at defending cities than we are. We will hold the city until you return. I know that the people of Dionia keep their promises." Prytines' words made Felicius feel even more pressured. When it was almost dusk, the 4th and 5th legions finally arrived at Syracuse. At this time, the Syracuse and Rockley allied forces, led by the Phasapeses, surrounded Kyrenia. In the evening, in the headquarters of the Southern Alliance of Syracuse, Dionia's southern commander Felicius, Senate's envoy Ansitanos, Crotone's general Escamas, Syracuse's chief general Prytines, Syracuse's general Asexias, and Trine's envoy Asopias sat around a large wooden table. On the table was a map of the Euthymia plains. Asexias stood up with a wooden stick in his hand and explained the current situation to everyone present. My lords, according to our investigation, the army of Syracuse has set up camp at the confluence of the Ramadho River and the Coerta River. Asexias pointed at the mark on the map with his stick. This is the edge of the Euthymia Plains. If you go west, you will only be 15 miles away from Trine. To be precise, only Asopias emphasized loudly. Ahem. Lord Asopias naturally knows more about the situation in the west than we do, Asexias corrected him awkwardly. Syracuse's camp is far from Trine, and the terrain is flat. However, they need to cross the Ramadho River, which is impassable. This is not a small problem for the people of Syracuse. The navy of Syracuse has already occupied the Ramadho River. It will be easy for them to send their army across the Ramadho River. Asopias emphasized once again. Asexias was a little angry. Lord Asopias, if you like to interrupt others so much, why don't you explain it to everyone? Asopias shook his head. I'm just supplementing what you've said. Didn't you say that we, the Trinans, know more about the situation in the West than you do? It's better for us to come up with a more reasonable plan to deal with the situation on the battlefield if everyone here has a comprehensive and detailed understanding of the situation on the battlefield. This war is no longer a matter of Syracuse or Trine, but a crisis that the entire Southern Alliance must face together. Lord Asopias is right. Asexias, don't be hasty. Speak slowly and in more detail. Pertines quickly stepped in to smooth things over between the two. Chapter 420. Ashias coughed a few times before continuing. About 24 miles east of Syracuse's camp is the city of Sirius. There are more hills in this direction, but the terrain is generally flat. That's why even though the Syracusans are operating in the camp today, their hired cavalry are in serious territory, destroying farms and orchards, burning down villages and houses. They even killed dozens of our scouts. How many soldiers are there in Syracuse's camp? Ascamas asked. According to our observations over the past 2 days, there are probably more than 50,000. Ascamas replied. 50,000. Ascamas thought for a moment, then turned to ask, Lord Felicius, how many enemies did you encounter in Corunna? No less than 40,000. Felicius answered honestly. If we include Medmar and Hyhernian's troops, the number of Syracuse's troops attacking our Southern Alliance should be more than... Ascamas spat out a number with a solemn expression. 100,000. Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard this number. This is the largest army that has ever appeared in the history of Greece, the Western Mediterranean, and the entire Greek world. And our allied forces here, if we include the Trine militia, only have about 60,000 soldiers. Perthinus sighed. It's a pity that Lygium is separated in the south and can't meet up with us. Corunna is now under siege. Most importantly, Perthinus looked at Felicius and Ansatanos and said regretfully, Lord Devers is leading Dionia's main forces in Lucania municipality. If they were all gathered in Silatina, we wouldn't have to fear Syracuse at all, even if they have 100,000 soldiers. We've oversimplified things before. When we make plans, we always think too much on the bright side. Only when we put it into practice did we realize that there are so many problems. Ansatanos was blaming Dionia, but he was also trying to extricate himself from the discussion. Something's happened so suddenly that they caught us off guard. For example, the invasion of the Simonians was unexpected. I can only say that Dionysius has been preparing for this invasion for a long time. Ansatanos' words were obviously trying to boost his opponent's prestige and diminish his own morale. Ascamas snorted softly and was about to speak. Asopias quickly asked, When will Lord Devers return with his army? I haven't received any news yet. However, Master Devers has never suffered many military defeats. I believe that he will soon defeat the barbaric Simonians and come to join us, Ansatanos comforted. Felicius took the opportunity to continue the conversation. So we should reinforce our camp outside of West Ritter City and form a corner with the city. We will stand on the defensive and delay Syracuse's army until Lord Devers returns with his army. Then we will fight the people of Syracuse." Escamas sneered. "Listen to this, Lord Devers, Lord Devers. Without Devers, do you think that all the generals of the Southern Alliance can't command the war?" Felicius' expression changed slightly when he heard this. Ansitanos furrowed his brows. Asopias, on the other hand, looked unhappy. Escamas looked at Felicius with disdain. "Let me ask you, how many days will it take to get from Turiae to Potentia?" "About 5 to 6 days, by the shortest route," Felicius answered truthfully, even though he was angry at what Asopias had just said. In other words, according to the days, it is possible that the Devers have just arrived at Potentia. "Then how many days will it take to get from Potentia to here?" "About 9 to 10 days. 10 days. This does not include the number of days needed to defeat the Samni. The Crotone have never fought with the Samni before, but since they are natives living in the mountains, their fighting style is very likely to be similar to the Brути. They rarely fight head-on in the mountains, and like wolves, they like to hide and ambush. This means that it is very difficult to defeat them in a decisive battle. It is impossible to end the war quickly. General Felicius, I know that there are many Brути in your army. You should know this better than I do." Escamas's tone became even more sarcastic. "Even if the Devers are very good at commanding, being able to return to Silatina within 20 days, this is the shortest time I can give you. But in these 20 days, do you think that the 40,000 enemies that fought with you before will be able to take Corinna? I heard that the people of Syracuse have a siege weapon called the ballista. In the previous war with Carthage, they used it to take down a few of Carthage's cities." Felicius's expression changed again. After defeating the attacking troops of Syracuse, they had seized Syracuse's ballista. According to the captain of the ballista, it was very similar to the ballista of Dionia. Although the angle and accuracy of the ballista was not as good as Dionia's, it was much more powerful. After all, its size was larger than the ballista of Dionia, and the stone bullets it used were naturally larger. Thinking of Frinris, who was full of confidence when he left, Felicius's heart was in turmoil, and he could only remain silent. Escamas saw it and continued, "If the mixed army of Syracuse and Rockley uses the ballista to take down Corinna, and then rush to Silatina to meet up, they only need to send a small portion of their forces to besiege Trine. We will not be able to stop them at all. Then, how many days can Trine resist?" Asopias's face instantly turned pale. "By the time Lord Devers arrives with his army, I am afraid that even the outskirts of Silatina will be in ruins." Escamas's next words made Pertines and Asepias restless. After Pertines and Asepias looked at each other and came to an agreement, Asepias slammed the wooden table and stood up, saying loudly, "My lords, we cannot wait any longer. We should take advantage of the fact that the two armies of Syracuse have yet to meet up and attack the army of Syracuse." Felicius frowned and asked, "Attack? How? Are we going to attack the main camp of Syracuse?" A letter of challenge. According to the soldiers who retreated from the Coerta River, they saw a huge flag of Syracuse behind the army of Syracuse crossing the river. The tyrant of Syracuse, that Dionysius, should be in this army. We will follow the ancient tradition of sending him a letter of challenge, inviting him to a battle between our two armies. This tyrannical and arrogant dictator calls himself the master of Sicily. He probably won't allow himself to show fear in front of his subordinates and not dare to accept the challenge. Then the people of Greece under his tyrannical rule will see through his cowardice and weakness. Asepias said with uncertainty, "That's a good idea. We of Trine will also do our best to send more soldiers to meet up with you. This way, the number of soldiers of our allied army will greatly exceed the number of soldiers of Syracuse here." At this moment, Asopias also took the initiative to promise. But if Dionysius's military strength is inferior, he might very well refuse to accept the challenge. Felicius cautiously reminded, "If Syracuse doesn't dare to accept the challenge, then we will attack their camp." Escamas took over and added, "I've observed the camp of the Syracusans. The camp they built is far from the sturdiness of your Dionia's camp. Don't your troops also have ballistae? Then we will keep throwing rocks at Syracuse's camp until the cowardly Syracuse soldiers are forced to accept the challenge." As a neighbor of Dionia, Crotone paid close attention to the Dionysian army. "That's right, Lord Escamas. Let's do that." Asclepius replied excitedly, "Lord Felicius, what do you think?" Pratini's question caused everyone to focus their attention on Felicius. Facing everyone's expectant gaze, Felicius felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, but he could not give an answer. Seeing that everyone was getting impatient, Ancitanos stood up and said, "My lords, please allow me to have a word with Lord Felicius alone." The two of them left the hall. Ancitanos swept the dust off the steps, sat down, and invited Felicius to take a seat as well. Felicius was a little overwhelmed by the favor. He had been in a high position in the Dionia alliance for several years, but facing a grand scholar like Ancitanos alone, Felix, who was once a mercenary, couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority in his heart. "Lord Felicius." Ancitanos did not notice his expression. He looked at the plaza in front of him and asked in a calm tone, "Are you going to stick to the defensive strategy that Lord Devers came up with?" Felicius hesitated for a moment before answering, "Yes, the battle plan of Escamas and Acetius is too risky. If it fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. As long as we hold on to the camp and wait for Lord Devers to lead the army back to Greece, we will fight the people of Syracuse. Whether it is the number of soldiers, ability, or the commanding ability of the generals, we will be able to defeat the people of Syracuse. This is the safest strategy." "The safest strategy? I'm afraid that the people in the room don't think so." Ancitanos sighed. "When danger comes, humans will always think of eliminating the danger as soon as possible, and will not calm down to think of a long-term plan. Now that the flames of war have spread to the land of the Alliance, their homeland is facing great danger. Our delaying strategy will only make them feel suspicious and angry. They will think that we, the people of Dionia, are selfish, allowing their homeland to be invaded and their people to be killed without doing anything. If this continues, the image that Dionia has been working hard to build in the Southern Alliance will be destroyed. We will lose the trust of the people of these cities, which will be detrimental to the future development of Dionia. Are we going to put our soldiers in danger just to win their trust?" Felicius retorted. Chapter 421. Felicius did not say a word. In his heart he more or less felt that there was a chance of victory by forcing Syracuse, who only had half of their military strength, to engage in a battle here. The reason he did not agree was because he had been following the will of the Devers for a long time. Ancitanos thought for a moment and slowly said, "According to my understanding of Lord Devers, even if he feels that there is a high chance of failure here, he will still take the initiative to fight this battle." "Why?" Felicius asked hurriedly. Ancitanos looked at the Silitinian citizens who were gathering in the distant square with weapons in their hands, and said in a low voice, "Because victory can win the respect of the Greeks, and defeat can also win the hearts of the Greeks. But in a situation like this, where everyone is looking forward to it, if we do nothing, it will only cause the alliance to turn its back on us. We can take back the lost land. But if we lose the hearts of the people, it will be much more difficult to regain it. But if we lose this battle, Corunna, Trine, and even Silitinian may be in danger." Felicius was still hesitant. "Didn't Lord Devers already make arrangements? What are you still worried about?" Ancitanos looked into the distance with a faint smile. "Perhaps the Devers have already expected this day? Since the people in the room dare to make such a decision, then they must bear the price of failure." After saying that, Ancitanos stood up, patted the dust off his body, and no longer looked at the Silitinian citizens in the city. He sighed softly and said something that Felicius did not quite understand. This is like burning the barren land to open up new land. Only by burning the weeds and trees can it be suitable to start sowing new seeds. This is politics. The two of them returned to the meeting, and Felicius agreed to the proposal of engaging in a battle with Syracuse. But he made a request. The command of the entire battle belonged to Dionia. Prythanis, Acetius, and Asopius had no objections. Only Escamas disagreed. However, be it the number of soldiers or performance, Dionia's 4th and 5th legions were far superior to Crotone's troops, which had just joined the battle. Therefore, Felicius was ultimately chosen as the commander of the Southern Alliance. When Felicius returned to the camp, Dracos and Epicthenes were already waiting for him in the tent. "Felicius, what's the final decision?" Epicthenes asked impatiently. "Our allied army is preparing to force Syracuse to engage in a decisive battle," Felicius said honestly. "Yeah, I guessed right." Epicthenes looked at Dracos excitedly. "I didn't make that bet with you, because I chose to fight against Syracuse as well." Dracos ignored him and turned to ask Felicius, "Who will command this battle?" "Do you even need to ask? It will be none other than us." Epicthenes blurted out, "I will command the allied army," Felicius said with a heavy tone. He could feel the pressure on his shoulders. At the same time, he saw the excitement on the faces of the 2 legions of Dionia. He also realized that both the commanders and the soldiers of the 4th and 5th legions were probably eager to fight against Syracuse. Their morale was high because of their achievements, the victory of the defense of the camp, and the hospitality of the Corinthians. At the same time, the pride and honor of the soldiers of the Legion of Dionia would not allow them to retreat for long. Of course, if the Devers were here, no one would dare to disobey. However, he could not guarantee that he would be the commander. With that in mind, he felt relieved. He waved at the 2 and said, "Let's plan how we can win this battle." When Epicthenes heard this, he stopped joking and asked seriously, "Which city-states are participating in the war? How many are there? How many people from Syracuse might join the battle? Aside from our 17,000 legionnaires, Crotone also has 17,000 legionnaires. 6,000 of which are heavy infantrymen. The Silatorians currently have 14,000 legionnaires, 3,000 of which are heavy infantrymen. They still want to recruit more citizens. Trenna has 7,000 legionnaires, but they have to defend their city, so they can only send 4,000 to 5,000 legionnaires and 1,000 heavy infantrymen. In total, they have 54,000 legionnaires and 22,000 legionnaires. When Felicius finished, Epicthenes whistled. "Wow, that's a huge army." "Not many." Dracos poured cold water on him. "All of Dionia's legionnaires and reserve soldiers combined can easily surpass this number, and the number of heavy infantry far exceeds this allied army. Each legion of Dionia has 6 heavy infantry battalions, and excluding the reserve soldiers, the entire legion has 30,000 heavy infantry. A full set of heavy infantry equipment was expensive, and many civilians were unwilling or unable to afford it. However, many Dionians who had just become probationary citizens and official citizens were willing to spend all their money to purchase such equipment. That was because serving in the Dionian Alliance's military service as heavy infantry would bring them more benefits, such as obtaining land, taking up public office, participating in local council elections, participating in elections for civil officials, and so on. Moreover, the Kristoia Bank, which was unique to Dionia and could provide low-interest loans in all cities, also gave the new citizens the confidence to buy heavy infantry equipment. But not all of our legionnaires are here. Only my Legio 4 and your 5th Legion are here. Although Epicthenes was refuting Dracos, his expression was one of excitement. "It's up to us to decide the outcome of this battle." Dracos did not say anything, but his eyes were also shining brightly. "Commanders, according to the intelligence from Sirius, we have to face at least 50,000 soldiers of Syracuse. They were able to defeat Carthage, so I'm afraid they won't be easy to deal with." Felicius reminded them solemnly. This battle is of great importance. If we fail, Syracuse's army may approach Dionia's territory, and the other cities in the Southern Alliance may also be conquered. The consequences will be unimaginable. I'm also an elder of Dionia. Of course, I understand the importance of this battle. Epiphanes grumbled to express his dissatisfaction at Felicius's belittling of him. He then asked, "Are you sure there are only 50,000 of them? What about the 40,000 that attacked us in Corunna? They're besieging Corunna. The scouts from Sirius have been keeping a close eye on the situation there and reporting back to the allied army." Felicius obviously knew what they were worried about. To prevent them from suddenly splitting up and heading north, and to strengthen Syracuse's forces in the Sirius camp. As long as Syracuse doesn't increase their forces, we have a good chance of winning. Epiphanes looked at Felicius, then at Dracos. He analyzed, "We've already fought against Syracuse. Their cavalry is very strong, but no matter how strong they are, they won't dare to charge into a dense square formation. As long as we're on guard, even if they defeat our cavalry, they won't have much of an advantage. If they dare to approach our formation, our light infantry will deal them a heavy blow." Felicius and Dracos nodded. Dracos took over and said loudly, "As for Syracuse's infantry, I believe that since they could defeat Carthage's men, they shouldn't be weak. However, from the battle in Corunna, their morale and fighting spirit don't seem to be very strong. In terms of heavy infantry, Syracuse's army definitely can't compare to our legion." The other two immediately agreed. This wasn't because they were proud, but because the Devers' advanced battle concepts had taught them. The Legion of Dionysia was actually a complex mixed army that could adapt to various situations and execute complex tactics after going through rigorous training. This was why Felicius, Dracos, and Epiphanes were so confident. Our legion is very different from the other allied armies, be it in terms of tactics, training, or equipment. It's not suitable for us to fight together with other troops. It's easy to cause chaos, which is not good for our legion, Dracos reminded. Dracos is right. I suggest that we gather the 4th and 5th legions together instead of separating them. This way, we can form a strong fighting force. Either side of the formation will be a huge threat to the enemy. After defeating the enemy in front, we can surround the middle and finally win the battle. Epiphanes gestured on the wooden table and voiced his opinion. I think so too. Although the two legion commanders didn't usually get along well, they reached an agreement when it came to battles. Felicius put his hands behind his back and took a few steps in the tent. He turned to look at the two and said awkwardly, I agree with your suggestion, but this isn't a battle that Dionysia is facing alone. There are Trine, Cirium, and Crotone's allies. But you're the commander of the entire allied army. Epiphanes said anxiously, You have the right to make the most reasonable arrangement. We think it's reasonable, but they have to think it's reasonable too. Only when everyone has reached an agreement can the entire battle plan be carried out smoothly, Felicius said helplessly. It's not that easy to be the commander of the allied army. Chapter 4:22. They all admit that the Legion of Dionysia is strong, but because of that they hope that we can guard the middle and link the two flanks. That way, they can attack with confidence. Felicius looked at the two and said honestly, Although I had the same idea as you before, I'm worried that the middle and the other flanks of the Trine, Siltine, and Crotone armies won't be defeated before we defeat the enemy in front of us. If they are defeated, the whole situation may become chaotic, and the cavalry of Syracuse will have a chance to show their strength. On the other hand, if we guard the middle, we can control the rhythm of our attacks and defenses, discover gaps in the flanks at any time, and send reinforcements in time. That way it will become a battle of defense and attrition between us and the people of Syracuse. I'm afraid the battle will last for a long time. Epiphanes, who used to be a light shield soldier, did not like this way of fighting. A battle of defense and endurance. Isn't that what our heavy infantry is best at? Dracos, on the other hand, was full of confidence. Even if the legion is stationed in the middle, I believe we can still penetrate the enemy's middle. Since you've already made a battle plan in the meeting, why are you still asking for our opinion? Just give us the order and let us carry it out. Epetini's voice was filled with resentment. That's just a rough preliminary plan, Felicius said honestly and passionately. I need your experience and wisdom to perfect this battle plan so that we can obtain more chances of victory. This is for Daionia. Epetines and Dracos looked at each other, then leaned towards Felicius. After 2 days of hard work, the Samni Helpini had expanded their camp and surrounded Potentia tightly, except for the south, where there was the Bacento River. The great leader of the Helpini, Villani, had only sent his men to build a few simple watchtowers on the other side of the river to observe the movements in the city. With the pontoon bridge burnt down, he was not worried that the people of Potentia would cross the river and escape. If the people of Potentia abandoned the fortified city and chose to cross the river to escape, that would be exactly what he wanted. However, in the river that Veirani imagined could stop the people of Potentia from escaping, there were people swimming in the dark. Half an hour later, Chief Vale, who was in charge of defending the city, arrived at the great leader's mansion. It was impossible for Poimet to sleep peacefully. When he heard that Vale was here, he thought that the people of Potentia were up to something again outside the city. He immediately received Vale in the living room, and then listened to the leader's excited report. The envoy of Daionia requests an audience. Printos, the captain of the Daionia Mountain Brigade, greets the great leader Poimet. When the drenched Printos bowed to Poimet, the great leader asked anxiously, "Lord Devers is in Poseidonia. In Poseidonia. How? How is it?" This morning, Sir Devers led the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd legions to annihilate Samni's reinforcements and defenders. Printos answered straightforwardly, "Great, that's great." Poimet was so excited that he could not control himself. He asked eagerly, "Will Sir Devers lead the army to Potentia tomorrow?" Printos did not answer directly. Instead, he took out a small waterproof leather tube from his neck and took out a paper scroll from it. "This is a letter that Sir Devers asked me to pass to you, great leader." Poimet hurriedly took it and opened it. Then his expression turned serious. "Quick, call Borit over." Borit, who had been staying in the backyard all day, was anxious when he heard the news that the Daionia army had defeated the Samni in Poseidonia. When he saw the secret letter from the Devers, his reaction was different from Poimet's. He was already eager. "Sir Devers asked us to cooperate with your mountain reconnaissance team to disrupt the enemy's camp tonight in order to coordinate with the arrival of the army tomorrow." Printos, on the other hand, looked calm. His eyes were bright as he said, "Before going up the mountain, I specially observed the Samni camp. The continuous fleeing soldiers made the camp quite chaotic. Half of my brothers pretended to be fleeing soldiers and mixed in. Now I have a better idea. The Helpini people had prepared everything needed to attack the city. They were only waiting for the reinforcements from Poseidonia to return. Then they would attack together and clean up the fish in the net of Potentia." That night, Veirani slept peacefully early. "Father, father!" Gurney suddenly burst into the big tent and woke him up. "What happened?" Veirani opened his eyes and looked at his son, who was standing in front of him in a daze. Then he heard him say in a panic, "Something big happened. The reinforcements we sent to Poseidonia were annihilated by the Daionia." "What?" Veirani's sleepiness was all gone. "How is this possible? We've sent more than 20,000 Pentni and Cottini warriors. Torek and Quainduck are all very experienced generals. Unless... He thought of a possibility, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. "Daionia's reinforcements from Tali have already arrived at Poseidonia, but they've been lying in ambush." Gurney told his father everything he heard from the soldiers who had escaped back to Poseidonia. After listening to his son, Veirani suddenly felt his limbs go cold. He sat back on his bed, his mind a mess. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and asked, "Have Torak and Quinduk escaped?" "I heard that Torak died in battle, and there's no news about Quinduk." Gurney looked depressed. Veroni felt a sense of sorrow, but this was not the time to be sad. He immediately asked, "How many soldiers did Pentni and Katini escape?" "How can we count in the dark? Anyway, there are soldiers escaping into the camp from several directions." Gurney finished his words and asked anxiously, "Father, what should we do now?" The bad news came too suddenly, and Veroni's mind was in a mess. How could he think of a solution? Just as he lowered his head and pondered, there was a commotion outside the big tent. The noise was getting louder and clearer in the dark. "The reinforcements we sent to Poseidonia have been defeated. The reinforcements from Dionia are here. There are at least 50,000 to 60,000 of them. We're going to be surrounded. Run, brothers of Hilpini." "Oh no!" Veroni jumped up in shock and rushed out of the tent. He saw that the camp, which should have been quiet at night, was now in an uproar. The soldiers did not know what to do. One by one, they came out of their tents naked and began to follow the others, screaming and running around in panic. Veroni saw people everywhere in the camp. This was the first time the Simonians had organized such a large army, and it was the first time they had fought such a long war, counting from the time they gathered their troops. So Veroni had never experienced such a chaotic scene before. Of course, he did not know what a camp howl was, but he instinctively felt the danger and immediately criticized Gurney. When these defeated soldiers returned, "You should have separated them to avoid affecting the morale of our soldiers. Now, go back to your tribe and maintain order in your tribe. Tell the soldiers to stay in their tents, and do not come out." Gurney left in a hurry. Veroni hurriedly summoned his guards with torches to inform Leskok, Lucaini, and other chiefs, ordering them to do their best to restrain the troops. Only then did Veroni realize that the camp had not been well planned. The distance between the tribes was relatively far, and the tents were too densely set up. The passages between them were narrow and crooked. It was fine during the day, but it could easily cause blockages at night. He could only guard outside the big tent, surrounded by hundreds of guards, hoping that the tribal chiefs could play a role. When the commotion in the camp subsided a little, he would send his guards back to the camp to maintain order. He suspected that there were enemies in the camp who were taking the opportunity to cause trouble. At this time, outside the bustling Simonian camp, under the hill where Potentia City was located, Borat was quietly hiding with 1,000 soldiers. "Can we attack now?" Borat looked at the Simonian camp close at hand. He could not help but ask Printos anxiously in a low voice. The captain of the Mountain Ridge Reconnaissance Brigade, the executor who had once seized Aspulistum, was unusually calm at this moment. He said in a low voice, "Wait a little longer." "Wait. Wait for what?" If it were not for the fact that the speaker was a Dionia officer with a secret order from the Devers, Borat would have already taken action. Printos did not seem to hear the urgency and annoyance in Borat's words. He kept looking at the camp in front and said softly, "Wait for the fire." Veroni stood in the big tent and saw that the dark camp had been lit up with torches. It seemed that the tribal chiefs had begun to take action. But after observing for a while, he found that the situation was not well contained. At night, the strong mountain wind whistled. Not only did it not cover up the noise in the camp, but it also made him feel cold. When he wanted to return to the big tent and put on the wolfskin robe, an even louder noise came from the camp again. "Fire! Fire!" Chapter 4:23. Quick! Go get Jern and put out the fire immediately. Veyran hurriedly asked the guards to inform his son. As soon as the guards left, he realized that he was too anxious. He hurriedly asked the captain of the guards beside him to immediately put out the fire. "Great leader, what about your safety?" The captain of the guards was in a difficult position. The camp was not peaceful tonight. If they left, who would protect the great leader? There's no food, the whole army is in danger. What's the use of my safety? Veyran stomped his feet anxiously. The guards could only rush to the place where the fire started. However, there were more than 25,000 people in the camp. The camp stretched for 7 to 8 miles. There were people everywhere in the camp, and the roads were congested. Not only did the guards move slowly, but their eagerness to move forward angered the panicked soldiers and caused a fight. The conflict was gradually expanding. It was early winter, and the air was dry. In addition, the Daionia scouts who sneaked into the camp deliberately set the fire. The fire spread quickly with the help of the wind, burning the entire supply camp. It continued to spread in all directions, setting the surrounding wooden fences and tents on fire. Veyran looked at the fire behind him, and his heart sank to the bottom of his heart. It's over. It's over. He sat on the cold ground with a blank expression. However, this night was destined to be his nightmare. Woo! Suddenly, the sound of a bugle horn resounded from all around the camp. Followed by countless people's shouts and cries for blood, the people of Potentia could not enter the enemy's camp silently like the legion of Dionysia. However, Pote's courage and persuasion made Pomote finally make up his mind and send out 5,000 soldiers. They divided into 5 groups and quietly went down the mountain, hiding in various places outside the Samani camp. As soon as he saw the fire, Borlet could not wait to have his men blow the horn. Then, horns sounded from other places. The warriors of Potentia, with a vengeful rage, bypassed the antlers, climbed over the ditches, climbed over the mud walls and wooden fences. At this time, the Samani camp was already in a state of panic. Now that the fire had attracted the attention of the people outside the camp, the defense around the camp was lax, allowing the warriors of Potentia to enter the camp relatively easily. As a result, all of them turned into bloodthirsty wolves, slashing at the silhouettes they saw and stabbing at the sounds they heard. The sounds of fighting and screams echoed throughout the camp. This made the frightened Samane people even more frightened. In the dark night, for their own safety, all of them held their weapons tightly. As long as someone approached, they would stab and slash. The camp was in chaos. In such a chaotic situation, the Daionia scouts who had infiltrated the camp earlier shouted in the Samanese language that they had learned, "The Daionia army is here! They want to annihilate us, run!" The fear in the night was magnified infinitely, finally crushing the fighting spirit of the Samane warriors. Like a flood, they desperately ran out of the camp. For this reason, they who had lost their minds could push down their companions, cut down their comrades who stood in their way, and trample on their tribesmen who were moaning on the ground. The dark night became their accomplice in killing each other. Pwamit, who had been worried about the war all night, stood on the city wall and watched. He heard the noise in the Samani camp, saw the fire that illuminated half of the sky in the distance, and heard the earth-shattering screams of fighting and killing. This scene lasted until late at night, and then gradually disappeared. The scouts who went to the foot of the mountain to gather news came back and shouted excitedly, "The enemy has been beaten back! The enemy has been beaten back!" Suddenly, the whole city became a sea of joy. Pwamit was relieved. The only thing he was worried about was the fire that was burning more and more fiercely. However, because the situation was unclear at night, he did not dare to send people to put out the fire. Unexpectedly, even the gods were looking after Potentia that night. In the second half of the night, it actually rained. Pwamit was completely relieved. Finally, he slept all the way until the sky brightened under the constant drowsiness. He hurried to the city wall. Along the way, he saw that the tribesmen who were originally lifeless had smiles on their faces. They gathered in 2s and 3s, excitedly talking about the war last night and thanking Asanu for his protection. From time to time, someone would ask Pwamit, "When can we move back to our original settlement?" Pwamit stood on top of the city wall and looked down. The Samanite camp, which once stretched for 10 miles and had countless tents, had basically turned into a piece of black land. Wisps of green smoke lingered in the area, making it hard for Pommet to see clearly. Did Borit and the others come back? Pommet asked the tribal chief, veiled with concern. They didn't come back, but he sent someone back and said they have to clean up the battlefield and will return later. It's good that Borit is fine. Pommet thought happily. What Borit said about cleaning up the battlefield was not that simple. Looking closer at the Samani camp, under the ashes of the burning fire and in the mud caused by the heavy rain, bodies of both sides were lying everywhere. Some were already dead, some were even burnt black, some were seriously injured and unconscious, and some were still struggling and moaning. Last night, the potential warriors led by Broody had suffered heavy losses in the chaotic battle due to their lack of night attack experience, with nearly 2,000 casualties. After the fierce battle, they ignored their fatigue and called more people from the city to carry the wounded and corpses back to the city. At the same time, they began to clean up the battlefield and the ruins within a 10-mile radius. They stabbed the Samani, who were still struggling, a few times to confirm their death. At the same time, they also had to find their own tribesmen who were mixed in the enemy's corpses. This search process was dangerous for the potential warriors. Some of the Samani warriors who were not seriously injured would disguise themselves as corpses and attack when they got close. After so many such ambushes, the potential warriors became more cautious. They held spears in their hands. When they saw a corpse, as long as it was not one of their own, they would stab it a few times. Such a large area could not be cleaned up in a short time. Behind these warriors, the Daionia scouts were carefully counting the number of casualties of the Samani according to the divided areas. In the afternoon, the cleaning work came to an end. There were 5,493 Samani deaths. There were no injured, because even if they survived the chaos last night, the angry potential warriors would mercilessly kill them when they cleaned up the battlefield. The rest of the Samani people fled in all directions, scattered around the area around Potentia. When the Samani people invaded, they cleaned up the area around the city of Potentia. Now, the hungry Samani people had to swallow the bitter fruit of their own making. How to escape the pursuit of the Potentia people, endure the hunger and injuries, and safely return to their hometown had become a big problem for them. The people of Potentia paid a lot of sacrifices. With the full help of the people of Daionia, they finally defeated the powerful Samani people. After surviving the disaster, they were overjoyed. They did not know that they had buried a big surprise in the huge Samani corpse pit. The great leader of Hilpini, the commander of the Samani coalition army's invasion of Potentia, Villani, had sent his personal guards to maintain order and put out the fire last night. In the end, Paulet led his army to attack the camp. The Samani people panicked and fell into chaos. Villani, who was alone and a little old, died in the chaos. In the early morning of this day, in the temple of Hades in Turin, the Silent Lander Cardias woke up early as usual and walked into the main hall of the temple. He entered the side of hell. After staying here for a long time, the horrible scenes of hell and the ferocious statues of the god Hades had no effect on him. He respectfully held an oil lamp and came to the seat of Pluto Hades. The oil basin in front of the statue was lit with a greenish-red flame all year round. The stern and solemn face of the god Hades looked even more gloomy under the flickering light. Cardia's expression was calm. He stood on his tiptoes and lit the oil lamp in his hand. Then he knelt in front of the statue of Hades. He closed his eyes slightly and spread his palms on the ground. He sincerely prayed to Pluto, hoping that he could protect the safety of the Silentlanders. When he heard that the people of Syracuse had landed in Rockley, he was eager to return to Silentland. In the end, he was persuaded by Pleasonus. Pleasonus told him that even if he returned to Silentland, he would only be adding an ordinary public militia to the city. But here, he could pray to this powerful king of hell day and night in order to obtain this god's help. Cardias thought that the chief priest was right, so he continued to stay in Turin. At this moment, he placed the oil lamp that represented his wish on the altar table. Because it was still early and the temple had not opened, there was only one lamp on the altar table. But at night, the table and the floor were filled with oil lamps. Every time they would clean up very late. Cardias, you are so sincere. I believe that the Hades will definitely respond to you. A voice came from behind him. Cardias hurriedly turned around and saluted. Good morning, Pleasantness. The Temple of Hades was now basically common in the cities of Dionia. There were priests, saintesses, believers. There were many people in charge of the management of the temple, and there were differences in status among them. But when it came to addressing each other, the canon of Hades stipulated that one could only address each other by their real names, to show the concept of equality of believers in the Temple of Hades. Chapter 4:24. But Silatina is outside the protection of Hades. Cardias looked slightly gloomy. This is the mission you will have to undertake in the future. The reason why Plazines looked at Cardias, who came from a foreign country, differently was that he was the key figure in the development of the unique temple of Hades in Dionia. But now let us pray together. Let Hades bless Lord Devers to defeat the Simonians as soon as possible, return to Turiae, and then go to Corunia to repel the Syracuse and ensure the peace of Greece. You are right. Cardias looked up at the statue of Hades, and the faith in his heart became firmer. I must let the power and kindness of Hades shine on the city of Silatina. When Cardias left the temple, Plazines swept away the solemnity from before and turned back quickly to close the temple door. He was the only one left in the temple. He knelt respectfully in front of the statue and sincerely repented. Lord Hades, forgive me for what I have done. This is for your descendants. It's also to give you even greater glory. After saying this silently, Plazines raised his head and felt that the face of the statue did not seem so terrible, so he began to make arrangements. Although the people of Dionia were not as afraid of war as other Greeks, the two battlefields, one in the south and one in the north, were not only large in scale, but also far away from them. Of course, they were also worried about the safety of their loved ones. The number of people who went to the Temple of Hades to pray and ask for blessings every day had more than doubled than usual. But from this day onwards, some people claimed that when they put an oil lamp on the altar table, they saw the words, "Worship my blood as king," "Protect the peace of the alliance," appear on the table, but it soon disappeared. There were also people who said that they also saw this line of writing, but not on the altar table, but on the pillars in the temple. There were also people who said that when they prayed, they heard the statue make a low roar, and it seemed to be shouting Devers. At first, this was just a sporadic rumor, and the people of Dionia only regarded it as a joke. But as time passed, more and more people said that they had witnessed this magical phenomenon, and things developed rapidly in one direction. On the same morning, Dionysius received the emissary from the Southern Alliance in his tent. When he saw the letter of challenge handed over by the envoy, he was secretly delighted. As it turned out, Dionysius did not try to take down Corunia, as Pertines and Escamas had speculated. Dionysius was far from being as arrogant as the Greeks thought he was. On the contrary, he was very shrewd. Although he had never fought on the land of Greece before, from what Locke had told him and what he had seen with his own eyes, he believed that Corunia, a city that had been besieged by Locke many times, would not be easy to capture. With his rich experience in sieging cities, he knew that once he put his troops into the siege, it would definitely take a lot of time, and time was very precious to him and the army of Syracuse. He had to break the stalemate as soon as possible and seize the chance of victory on the battlefield of Greece. Therefore, after careful consideration and discussion with Phoebidas, he once again used the trick of crossing the sea by deception that he had used to defeat Himilco outside the city of Syracuse. He sent a messenger back to Locke and ordered 20,000 freedmen who had followed the army ashore and were responsible for transporting supplies, equipment, and food, then disguised as soldiers, quietly rushed to the camp of the allied army of Syracuse and Locke that was besieging Corunia last night, and replaced the 20,000 soldiers of Syracuse. The people of Corunia were besieged in the city, and the scouts of the Southern Alliance could not play a role at night. The 4th and 5th legions of Dionia had just arrived at Silatina, and the generals were busy discussing. The soldiers were in a hurry to build the camp and had not sent out any scouts to investigate the situation. On the second day, the Tin Fall Coalition army's numbers remained the same, and they continued to attack Coruña City with ballistic cannons. Then, they began to cut down trees and build siege towers. Surprisingly, the Southern Italian Coalition Army did not notice anything unusual. At this time, the army of Syracuse had returned to Locke, and under the leadership of General Fasapizes, they passed through the mountain pass and quietly reached the west coast, then quickly marched north. Only General Phaedon of Lygum, who was stationed in Taurina, noticed the movement of the enemy. However, at this time, both the land and sea routes of Lygum and Taurina were under the control of Syracuse, and their communication with the Southern Alliance had been cut off. Phaedon did not know that the 4th and 5th legions of Daionia had retreated. In a hurry, he had to take the risk and select a dozen daredevil soldiers, hoping that they could pass through the mountain pass and reach Coruña to report this important information to the Allied army. This was to prevent Syracuse from suddenly increasing their forces and breaking through the defense line of the Ramato River. Phaedon thought that Syracuse was still blocked south of the Ramato River, so he increased their forces. In fact, Dionysius had secretly swapped out these 20,000 soldiers and rushed them to the Euphemia Plains. Not only did it increase his military strength in this area to nearly 80,000, which was an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but these were also the troops that he usually led, so it was quite convenient to command them. His original target was Trine. Although this city was not big, it was located in the Orphemian Plains. Due to the constant attacks from the north by the Brути, it had never been able to expand. However, there was a large river to the south, and it was far from Locke, so when the Locke Alliance invaded, they mostly attacked from the side of Coruña. On the other hand, the Bruti's invasions were mainly based on looting. Lacking siege technology, they rarely attacked Trine. Therefore, the Trine people did not crazily thicken the city walls and widen the moat like the Coruñans. Therefore, the city of Trine, with its low population and low walls, and its location on the plains, became a fat piece of meat in Dionia's eyes. Her initial plan with Phoebidas and the rest was, after Fasapizes led his army to Hyhernion, he would take 20,000 men from the main camp to attack Trine. When the Southern Italian Coalition army saw that he had divided his forces, if they led their army to rescue him, Daionia would secretly let the Fasapizes' army reach Trine via the sea route. From there, they would use their advantage in numbers to defeat the reinforcements. This way, Syracuse's army would have complete control over the area and continue their pursuit to the north. If the southern reinforcements did not come to rescue them, this option was less likely because it would cause dissension between the Southern Italian Coalition army. Syracuse's army would seize the opportunity to take down the city of Trine, weaken the enemy's forces, and then continue to press on the Southern Italian Coalition army after reading the letter of challenge sent by the Cilidian emissary. Dionysius laughed heartily in his heart. Now, these arrogant Greeks actually want to fight with me. Do they really think that they can defeat me with just the few of them? This is the perfect opportunity for me to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Dionysius was proud in his heart, but he showed a hesitant expression on his face. He didn't reply for a long time. The emissary of the Allied forces said impatiently, "Tyrant of Syracuse, I heard that every time you execute the citizens of your city, you are very decisive. Not even a drop of tear has been shed. Why are you afraid when facing the army of the Greeks that you plan to enslave today? If you only have this little bit of courage, you'd better scram back to that small island on the other side of the strait and rule it. Otherwise, the wrath of the Greeks will swallow you and your army whole." Facing the emissary's mockery, Dionysius's eyes widened in anger and his face turned red. He picked up a pen angrily and wrote on the tactics, "Battle tomorrow morning." Then he threw it at the emissary and shouted, "Since you Greeks want to die early, then pray to Hades today. That way, you will suffer less pain when you go to Inferno tomorrow. It's still unknown who will win and who will lose. Moreover, The death-loving Hades is the protector of Dionia, the most important ally of the Southern Alliance. The emissary picked up the letter of challenge and didn't forget to refute. "What's your name?" Dionysius looked at him fiercely. "Ciligius, the son of Scoles the Silitonian," the emissary answered with his head held high. "Ciligius, I'll remember you." Dionysius spat out his name in a sinister manner, his words carrying a hint of threat. Ciligius was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed contemptuously. "It's my honor to be remembered by the tyrannical dictator of Sicily." After the emissary left, the anger on Dionysius's face immediately disappeared. He paced back and forth in the big tent excitedly, then waved to the guards and said, "Go, call that Sparta man to me." Seeing Phoebidas quickly walk into the big tent, Dionysius immediately said, "Just now the Silitonian sent an emissary to me to issue a letter of challenge." Seeing his happy face, Phoebidas asked directly, "So you agreed?" "I didn't agree immediately. I wanted the emissary to think that I was hesitating and afraid." Dionysius was obviously quite satisfied with his performance just now and said proudly, "Actually, there's no need to fight with the Southern Alliance." Phoebidas immediately poured cold water on him. "If we attack Trine, we can mobilize the Southern Alliance and defeat them with superior military strength without understanding the military situation and without sufficient preparation. If it's a face-to-face battle, it will increase the casualties of your soldiers." Chapter 4:25. Phoebidas stopped talking. Dionysius's arrogance made him, a warrior from Sparta, the overlord of Greece, uncomfortable. "Phoebidas, for this upcoming battle of the largest scale in Greek history, I need the help of Sparta's best warrior to make it easier for us to win this battle." Phoebidas could not refuse Dionysius's invitation. Just the phrase "the largest battle in Greek history" alone was enough to attract his greatest enthusiasm. On the same day, the Devers asked Legio III's 1st Brigade, Lazuru, to lead 3 heavy infantry brigades, a total of 3,000 soldiers, and 1,000 soldiers from Elea to garrison Poseidonia. At the same time, they would guard the nearly 10,000 captives. For this reason, the Devers also sent fast horses to Picassus and informed Antares to arrange for men to escort these captives to the rear of Lucania. Then he led the 1st, 2nd, and Legio III soldiers, a total of about 24,000 soldiers, and marched east along the Seal Valley. The march was not smooth. Not only was the road difficult, but they also encountered the Samni from time to time. At first, when they received the report from the scouts, the Devers thought that the Samni wanted to use the complex terrain of the mountains to harass the army, so they sent out the light infantry and light armored soldiers of the 3 legions to guard the 2 flanks of the marching army. Unexpectedly, when the soldiers rushed forward, they found that the enemy's resistance was weak, and they were easily captured. The first thing the captured Samni people did was to open their mouths and ask for food. They called the soldiers who could understand the Samni language. After asking them, they found out why they were there and immediately reported it to the Devers. Only then did the Devers know that the Samni army outside Potentia had been defeated because of the night attack. This was a huge surprise. Originally, the Devers only asked Dizem to send a lot of mountain scouts to disguise as the Samni defeated soldiers. They planned to sneak into the Samni camp at night, spread rumors, and shake the morale of the army. Of course, if it was possible to burn the Samni supply, then the following battle with the Samni would be considered a sure win. For this reason, he wrote a secret letter to Potentia, hoping to get some help. Of course, this was just a casual move. He did not have high hopes that it would succeed. He did not expect the Samni to be defeated just like that. This made the Devers, who had a clearer understanding of the history of the Samni were the strong enemies of the early Rome, in his previous life a little shocked. But soon the army met the scouts who rushed back from Potentia to report the news. The Devers confirmed that the Samni had been defeated, and they also learned that the captain of the scouts, Printos, played an important role in the operation last night. He was the one who planned the night attack and took the initiative to contact Paulet in Potentia. After listening to the story of the night attack, the Devers could not help but praise the captain of the scouts. "Lism, you have a very good subordinate." Lism said seriously, "He is better than me. When the country is in danger, it is time for heroes to emerge." The Devers were filled with emotion, and at the same time he remembered the name Printos in his heart. Looking at the Samanai, who were so hungry that they could not even walk, they thought about how they had been through a night of chaos and shock. Their camp was burned down, and they were washed away by the rain. They were tired, hungry, and shocked. They did not have any fighting strength left. The battle in Potentia was basically over. The Devers made this judgment, and instantly felt a lot more relaxed. He immediately ordered the light armor and light infantry of the Legion to attack the Samanai decisively if they encountered them. At the same time, he sent people to Potentia quickly and asked Pwameth to prepare a camp for the army in advance. Usually, when marching in the war zone, the Legion of Dionysia would stop in the afternoon and start to build a camp. But today, the Devers had to march boldly and strive to reach Potentia within a day. In the evening, the vanguard arrived at the outskirts of the city of Potentia. They were surprised to see that under the dim sky, 2 fire dragons stretched parallel to the West Mountain Pass from the city of Potentia. They were at least 2 miles long. Those were the people of Potentia holding up torches to welcome the Dionysian army and to light the way for the troops. After the Devers knew the situation, they immediately rushed to the front and just happened to meet Pwameth and a group of tribe leaders. "Honorable Lord Devers, all the people of Potentia warmly welcome you and your army." Under Borit's instructions, Pwameth respectfully saluted the Devers, and the leaders behind him followed suit. The Devers did not sit still on their horses and accept the salute of their allies. Instead, they hurriedly jumped off their horses and quickly returned the salute. With a slightly apologetic and emotional tone, they said, "It is really my fault for leading the army to disturb your peace so late at night. I did not expect you to disregard your own safety and welcome us in such a warm way, even though the territory of Potentia is not yet safe. I am really... Thank you. On behalf of all the soldiers, I express my heartfelt gratitude to the people of Potentia and all the leaders." "No, Lord Devers, it should be us, the people of Potentia, expressing our gratitude to the soldiers of Dionia." Pwameth felt that the Devers could understand his painstaking efforts and felt that their hard work was not in vain, but he did not show it. Instead, he said emotionally, "Compared to the great kindness of Dionia in saving Potentia, this little thing we have done is nothing." "We are allies," the Devers said with a gentle smile. "Allies should help each other like brothers." That's right. Pwameth nodded. He wanted to say more, but Borit, who was beside him, interrupted. "Lord Devers, will we affect the soldiers' advance by talking here?" The Devers was reminded. He looked back and saw that the army had stopped advancing. He quickly said, "Leaders, I am so sorry. Please come with me." "Oh, it was our negligence." Pwameth hurriedly led the people to make way for the army. "Tormid," the Devers turned around and shouted, "Sir, pass the order. Let the drummers and trumpeters play the victory march. Celebrate this moment of victory with our allies," the Devers said loudly. "Understood." Tormid immediately turned around and left. The Legion of Dionysia paid great attention to the smoothness of military orders. They strictly used bugles and drums to convey orders. Therefore, there were only a few dozen trumpeters and drummers. There were 2.5 legions here, with a total of 24,000 soldiers. There were more than 100 drummers and trumpeters. After receiving Tormid's order, they retreated to the side of the road. As members of the Legion, who did not participate in combat, they did not only have the task of conveying military orders in battle. During the march, in order to lift the spirits of the soldiers and forget their fatigue, they would play music to help the troops march. For this reason, during the Alliance's military training, other than practicing with the soldiers during phalanx training, they would gather alone to practice playing music at other times. Of course, they would be present in the various large-scale celebrations of the alliance. Therefore, even though they did not directly participate in combat, they were still respected. At this time, some of the trumpeters changed to the bamboo flutes at their waists, while some of the drummers changed to small copper pipes. Everyone performed their duties and began to play music. The Victory March was a march that Divers was familiar with from his previous life. He hummed it and asked the musicians of the Alliance to compose and adapt it. Although it did not have the varied melody and grandeur of the symphony from his previous life, it was still a rare piece of music in this era. In the quiet night, when the lively and cheerful but rhythmic melody was played, it quickly resounded in the sky above Potentia. When the people of Potentia heard it, they felt relaxed. During this period of time, the sadness of losing their loved ones and the worry of the destruction of their homes seemed to be temporarily put aside. They could enjoy the joy of defeating a strong enemy and obtaining victory. And the tired soldiers of Dionia lifted their spirits, straightened their chests, and welcomed the inspection of the people of the Alliance with their best spirit. Legion, advance! At the forefront of the marching formation were the 300 personal guards of the Devers, led by the substitute Captain Rodham. Marcius was recovering in Turiae. He raised the military flag representing the supreme commander of the Devers with both hands. At the top of the flag was a golden statue of Hades wearing a crown, sitting steadily on a throne, holding a double fork in one hand and a ball in the other. Compared to the gloomy and ferocious statue of Hades on top of the military flag, this one showed the dignity of a king. The black flag under the statue was embroidered with the name Devers with golden silk thread. Behind the guards was the flag-bearer of the First Legion. However, he was not followed by heavy infantry, but by light infantry and light armor. This was because on the mountain road, once they encountered an enemy, the fast-moving light armor and light infantry could quickly respond. In fact, most of the Samni people captured on the road were due to them. After the First Legion was the supply team, then the Second Legion and hundreds of Samni people captured on the way. Then came the Legio III, and finally some light infantry, light armor, and cavalry. The reason why the cavalry was arranged at the end was that part of the mountain road could not be ridden. They had to lead the horses and walk. Moreover, the mountain road was narrow. If thousands of horses picked up their feces and urine, it would seriously affect the marching speed of the troops behind. The light infantry was mixed to prevent the Samni people from attacking the rear. Chapter 4:26. Puamet looked at the rows of legion of Dionysius soldiers, walking past him with their heads held high. He could not help but exclaim, "What a powerful army! Dionia has so many brave soldiers. Who would dare to invade us? No wonder the Samni were no match for you, Sir Devers." Great leader Puamet, the Samni army was defeated by the brave warriors, led by the leaders of Potentia, said the Devers humbly. Sir Devers, if you had not led your army to annihilate the reinforcements sent by the Samni to Poseidonia, made a detailed plan, send your soldiers to infiltrate the enemy's camp, disturb the enemy, and even send your men to contact us and persuade us to carry out a night attack, we would not have had the ability to defeat so many fierce Samni soldiers by ourselves. Borat said bluntly, "There's no need for you and me to give in to each other. To be able to achieve such a victory and restore peace to this land is the result of the unity and cooperation of Dionia and Potentia." The Devers concluded, "Yes, thank God Asinu. Potentia is glad to have joined the Dionia alliance. Without the full support of Dionia, Potentia would not be where it is today. The people of Potentia will always remember this kindness." Puamet exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The other leaders also expressed their gratitude to the Devers, one after another. "Lord Divers, we've prepared a campsite for your army. It's near the city of Potentia. It used to be the settlement of one of our tribes. Due to the lack of time, we did not have enough time to clean it up. Some of the houses were destroyed by the Samni," said Borat. After following the Dionysian army for so many days, he knew what the Devers needed the most at this time. "Thank you so much. This has solved our big problem." The Devers was overjoyed. "It's okay if the campsite is a little old, but we can borrow these torches for a while. Lord Devers, we have prepared a welcome banquet for you and your soldiers to celebrate the arrival of victory. Once you have set up camp, our people will carry hundreds of cattle, sheep, and wine to your campsite." Pumort said loudly, seeing that the atmosphere was good. However, he was interrupted by the Devers, "Great leader Pumort, and other leaders, I thank you for your kind invitation and your friendship to Dionia. But I heard that the invasion of the Samni this time caused great losses to you. Villages and farmlands were burned down. Many people were slaughtered or captured, and a large number of livestock were lost. Now your food supply is a little tight, and you still reward us with food. Do you think we can eat it?" Devers's passionate words hit the soft spot of the potential leaders. They didn't say anything and only looked at their big leader. Pumort said anxiously, "Lord Devers, although it is a little difficult for us, you." The Devers interrupted him again and said seriously, "Great leader, our Dionia military law stipulates that during the war, the army is not allowed to drink, entertain, or celebrate. When I was in Elia, I received the news that the army of Syracuse had just invaded Greece. So the war here is over, and the war in the south has just begun. We still have to rush back to Turiae to drive away the enemy in Sicily. On the day of victory, Dionia will hold a victory parade. At that time, Dionia will grandly invite you and all the leaders to Turiae to celebrate this hard-won victory." At this point, the potential leaders couldn't persuade him anymore. Moreover, this was in line with many people's medical practice. Pumort, who had never traveled far, even promised, "I will definitely go." In addition, after we took over the city of Poseidonia, we seized a large amount of food that the people of Syracuse gave to the Samni people. Since the people of Potentia are having a hard time making a living now, I have decided to transfer this batch of resources to Potentia so that this land can be revived as soon as possible," Devers said solemnly. Everyone present was stunned. How can this be? Pumort, who had always been calm and steady, was incoherent and did not know what to say. "Lord Devers, those are your spoils of war. Besides, such a large army like yours also needs food," Borit quickly said. "It's settled then," Devers said firmly. "Merciful Lord Devers." "Thank you, Lord Devers. I thank you on behalf of the people of the Liam tribe." The leaders rushed to express their gratitude. This time, it was completely sincere. Devers smiled without saying a word. In fact, as Borit had said, his army of 30,000 was also in a tight situation. The soldiers' rations had already been finished. The food had been transported from the Gramentum by land and sea. Just the transportation alone would consume a third of the food. It would be good if they could sustain the army for 10 days in Potentia. Although the battle here had ended, there was still follow-up work to be done. Even so, he did not hesitate to donate an astonishing amount of resources to Potentia. It was not for the present, but for the future. At this moment, the atmosphere was more harmonious. Devers and the leaders were chatting happily in the mountains not far from them. Pairs of eyes filled with hatred were watching the grand and lively scene below the mountain. "Chief, have you really decided to attack the camp tonight? There are probably tens of thousands of people in Dionia, and we only have 1,000 people. Most of our people are still hungry. Why don't we wait for the great chief and Chief Lescock to meet up before attacking the enemy? It's not too late." The subordinate warrior looked hesitant. "It'll be too late by then. Only when the Dionia army has just arrived here and they're overtired, the chance of success in attacking the camp will be greater. Potentia can cough. If they can do it, so can we." Gurney encouraged his people in a low voice, but he could not stop coughing. The experience last night was like a nightmare. If it was not for the night attack, he would not even mention the word Potentia. "Besides, we've been searching for a day today, but we haven't met my father or Lescock and the others. At this point, he looked slightly worried and depressed, but he quickly threw away these thoughts that troubled him and encouraged his people again. We must take action immediately. Otherwise, the army of Dionia may attack Kopsa from the north tomorrow. We must do our best to defend Abenalum and the neighboring lands. Yes, the Samanese warriors answered weakly. Late at night, Pwamit returned to his house, still excited from the previous conversation. Borit, what do you think of the Devers? An amazing Greek leader, an amazing commander. Borlet's words were concise and to the point. So, do you think he can lead the Dionia army to repel the army of Syracuse? Pwamit continued to ask. Borit hesitated, then said with certainty, I've never seen the army of Syracuse, but the Legion of Dionysia is the most disciplined and powerful Greek army I've ever seen. I believe they can win. I believe so too. When Pwamit finished, he saw his brother's surprised face and smiled. Although I've never participated in a battle, the Devers are the best Greek generals I've ever seen at restraining their desires and controlling their subordinates' desires. Such a person's character is like a pine tree growing in a rock. He will never yield in the face of setbacks, and he will definitely win in the end. So, Pwamit took a few steps and came to the statue of Asanu. After a devout prayer, he made his final decision. I've decided to sacrifice Poseidonia to Dionia. What? Borit was shocked when he heard that. In fact, Poseidonia is now in the hands of the Dionia. They took it from the Samani. Just now, the Devers didn't mention how to deal with the city, so it's better to give it to Dionia. Anyway, the people there are either killed or captured. We can't save them, so we'll leave it to the Dionia. Pwamit sighed, his eyes becoming brighter. I think the Devers are broad-minded people. The Baruti have surrendered. Southern Lucania has surrendered, and many Greek city-states have surrendered as well. The Simonians have also been defeated. This land will be ruled by the Dionians in the future. We must make a decision as soon as possible so that the Dionians will not mistreat us, Potentia. I understand, brother. You're the great leader of Potentia. You have the final say, and I'll listen to you, Borit said sincerely. No, I'm old. You'll be in charge of Potentia in the future. I believe you'll handle your relationship with Potentia well, Pwamit said calmly. He didn't have any children. Paulette was his younger brother, but he was more like his son. Late at night, there was a commotion in the Dionia camp, waking the Devers up from their sleep. What happened? The Devers calmly looked at the substitute guard Captain Rodham and the herald Tormid as they walked into the house. Sir, the Samani attacked the camp and were discovered by the sentries. Because it's in the 2nd Legion's defense zone, Legion Commander Amintus has already led a team to attack. I believe they'll be defeated soon, Tormid said. Chapter 4:27. Speaking of this, the Devers quieted down and listened carefully. It seemed that the noise outside was much quieter. He calmed down and yawned. It seems that the battle is over. You should all go to sleep. Tormid and Rodham bade farewell and left. Amintus has such a strong desire to fight. I have to try my best to keep him going until the battle against Syracuse. The Devers murmured as he fell asleep. The next morning, Pwamit and Borat came to visit the Devers. After a friendly conversation, the two left in satisfaction. The Devers was also happy. He quickly called the captain of Legio III, Alexis, and said to her, Just now, the great leader of Potentia came to me and requested to hand over the city of Poseidonia to Dionia. This is great, Alexis said excitedly. Yes, I did not expect him to make such a decision so decisively. Although many Lucanians despise Pwamit, saying that he is neither as brave as Akapiru nor as smart as Sinsing, that he is a coward who only knows how to stay at home and sleep with his wife. But the forces of those two people have been destroyed, and Potentia will continue to exist. Those who can understand the general trend and go with it are truly wise people. Pwamit is decisive when he needs to, and gives up when he can. He is amazing. The Devers was quite emotional. He turned back to look at Alexis and continued, Today, I called you here because I have an important task for you to do. Alexis immediately sat up straight when she heard this. Although the Samanai have been defeated, there are still nearly 20,000 defeated soldiers fleeing in all directions. According to the investigation of the Mountain Reconnaissance Team, except for 3 larger teams that are retreating to the north, the rest of the defeated soldiers are scattered in the mountains around Potentia, suffering from hunger and disease. But their existence has also hindered the plans of the tribes of Potentia to return to their settlements. I've decided to leave the Legio 3 behind and station here to clear out these Samanai soldiers. Borat will lead the Potentia warriors to cooperate with you. As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Alexis hurriedly said, "My lord, the war with Samani has ended, and Syracuse's army is attacking Greece. We should immediately return to Thurii and concentrate our forces against Syracuse. Don't worry about Syracuse. I have my own plans. To tell you the truth, I've always felt that the Samanai would be a headache when the alliance expands to the north in the future. But unexpectedly, this time they gathered a large number of troops, took the initiative to leave the mountains they were familiar with, and attacked Lucania on a large scale. Under the protection of Hades, the Samanai suffered a crushing defeat, while our losses were not great. In the face of an injured beast, what we have to do is to seize this opportunity and kill it while it is weak. We can't let it go and wait for it to recover before it causes trouble for us. Therefore, the Legio 3 must try to eliminate and capture the Samanai people here as much as possible, and not let them escape back to the north. While completing this task, we can try to attack the Samanai mountains to see if there are further gains. But be careful not to expand the scale of the war and attract new enemies. You have to understand that with the current situation of Dionia, it is impossible to support 2 battles. The Devers warned solemnly. I understand. I will try my best to expand our victory. Alexis was excited after understanding the Devers' intentions. After all, being able to independently lead an army to conquer an area was the greatest pursuit of any general. I have also found a capable helper for you, the Devers said and shouted towards the outside of the house. Marcius, let him in. Alexis looked curiously at the door and saw a skinny, capable young man walk in. Supreme Commander. The young man gave a standard military salute. Printos, the captain of the reconnaissance company, the mastermind of the defeat of the Samanai camp. After the Devers returned the military salute, he sized him up and could not help but praise. Amazing! Really amazing! The victory you created saved time for Dionia, allowing us to concentrate on dealing with Syracuse. On behalf of the people of Dionia, I thank you. Your name will be remembered in the Hall of Valhalla forever. Printos was both excited and a little embarrassed by the Devers' praise. He quickly said humbly, Sir, this is all because of the plan you made to capture Asprostum city last time. Victory without arrogance. The Devers nodded, feeling more and more satisfied with this young man. I will transfer 2 companies from the Mountain Reconnaissance Company, a total of 400 people, under your command. They will assist Legio 3 and Potentia's army in hunting down the Samanai soldiers, and at the same time, invading the neighboring Samanai territory. Can you complete this mission? I can. Printos answered confidently. The Devers nodded without batting an eyelid, turned around and said to the Legio 3 captain, Alexis, are you satisfied with the assistant I have assigned to you? I can't be more satisfied. Alexis smiled and said, but it also increases the pressure on me. With the help of such a hero, if I don't have a decent battle record, I will be embarrassed to return to Thurii. It is good that you understand this. The Devers also smiled and continued, I hope that you can take down Kopsa if possible. Kopsa? This was the first time Alexis had heard of this term. That is the town closest to Potentia in Samanai, about 40 miles from here. Printos said to Alexis, as someone who came from the reconnaissance team, he had stayed here for almost a day and had some understanding of the surrounding environment. This is a wish of the great leader of Potentia. If we take down Kopsa, Syracuse will be completely under the protection of Dionia, and from then on there will be no need to worry about the Samni invasion, the Devers further explained. In the morning, when Paumet made this request to him, the Devers understood. Potentia had made up its mind to completely rely on the Dionia alliance. Of course, you have to do what you can and don't force it. The battle in the south of the alliance will be very fierce, and the supplies will definitely be very tight. You have to pay special attention to this problem, and don't cause another big war in the north. The Devers emphasized this sentence again. Alexis and Printos looked at each other and immediately expressed that they understood. There is one more thing. Paumet hopes to build a road to strengthen the connection with our Lucania territory. This is a good thing, and I have already agreed to it. I am going to let Bagul take over this matter, and Alexis will be the assistant. Seeing that Alexis wanted to speak, the Devers waved his hand and said, "After all, you have been a construction officer and are very familiar with building roads. At the same time, you have a good relationship with Bagul, so I believe you can cooperate well. Right now, there are tens of thousands of Samnite captives as ready-made labor, but don't let them die of exhaustion. These captives will be of great use to me in the future." "I accept this task," Alexis said helplessly. Seeing that he answered reluctantly, the Devers had to remind him. Building this road will not only strengthen the connection with Potentia, but it will also be beneficial for the future expansion of our Dionia into the central part of Apennine. Therefore, building the road and pursuing the Samni soldiers are equally important. There is no conflict. "Sir, I understand. I will do my best to help Bagul and the others build this road." In the early morning of the same day, Sesta was rushing to the Senate. The outbreak of this war had a great impact on the city of Turin. Most of the 1st and 2nd legions were Turin citizens. Then, 2 new legions were formed, and they were also mainly made up of Turin citizens. Every day, they trained in the military port of the Crati River to the east of Turin. Therefore, there were almost no young men in the city. As for the elderly and women, out of worry for their loved ones, they appeared less and less in the square. Most of them stayed at home or prayed in the temple. Sesta looked at the empty Victory Square and felt a little disappointed. "Sir Sesta!" A shout came from behind him. He turned around and saw that it was the senator from Brudi, Bagalipi. "With Sir Sesta accompanying me, I won't be afraid even if I'm late," Bagalipi said, half jokingly and half seriously. He was small and wore a white Bolton robe with black trim, which represented his identity as a senator. It looked like a thin bamboo pole hanging on the wide robe, so he tried his best to pull the corner of the robe with both hands, looking rather comical. However, Sesta did not laugh. As the censor, he had the function of supervising the performance of the senators during the Senate meeting. Now, because of the treason case of Polixis and the other senators, the senators, under the suggestion of the Devers, gave the censor the great power to supervise the crimes of the senators and the public officials of the alliance. Because of the heavy responsibility on his shoulders, Sesta had always set an example. However, he did not expect to be late today. He could not help but explain, "Last night I was busy sorting out the information about supervising the elections in various cities and the establishment of local councils so that I can report to everyone at the meeting today. In the end, I was busy until late into the night and woke up late today." Chapter 4:28. Seeing this, Sesta quickly advised, "Lord Bagalipi, you don't have to worry too much. Felicius is the commander of the Southern Front recognized and appointed by Lord Devers. He is also a veteran general who has been through many battles. Also, he is an honest man. His analysis of the battle should not be exaggerating. We have a high chance of winning the battle. The report sent by the wise Lord Ansatenos also agrees with Felicius' analysis. We don't have to worry too much. The local council election may be delayed for a while. After we chase away the people of Syracuse, it will still be held." Yes, you are right." The two comforted each other and walked up the steps of the Senate Hall. At this time, Sesta saw Petaru coming up from the other side. He walked quickly into the hall as if he did not see Sesta. Of course, Sesta did not have the habit of greeting unfamiliar people warmly. Instead, Bagalipi sighed. It seems that Pedro still has some opinions about your investigation of him. He will be fine after a while, Sesta said coldly. I am only doing my duty. Whether others are happy or not has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Bagalipi could only keep quiet. Lords, the warships of Syracuse have cut off the sea trade routes of Dionia. Whether it's heading to the eastern Mediterranean or the other regions of the western Mediterranean, our alliance's merchant ships have already been captured and detained by the Syracuse Navy. The merchant ships from other cities that came to trade with our alliance have also been forcefully expelled. Now, there are almost no merchant ships entering the port of Tullidge. Due to its remote location, the ports of the other cities have stopped operating, except for the port of Picassus that can still operate normally. Due to the war, the soldiers at the front lines have to consume a large amount of supplies every day. If this situation continues, we will not be able to obtain supplies through sea trade. I am afraid that the grain supply of the entire alliance will become tight. I suggest that the Senate take measures to remind the people to save food and forcefully control the consumption of food. For example, temporarily closing the restaurants and reducing the people's 3 meals a day to 2 meals a day. When Marigi finished speaking, the senators were in an uproar. Is the situation really that bad? Cornellos asked nervously. Yes, the grain consumption has exceeded our expectations. Agriculture Officer Bagalipi added. Although we do have food reserves, we have already transported 2 granaries to supply food to the 5 corps in the north and south for the first time. According to the statistics of the Ministry of Military Affairs, this food can only last for 10 days. As you all know, we've only built 6 granaries in the Alliance's territory in the past few years. If the war continues for another 2 months, I'm afraid that the grain reserves will run out. All the elders present became nervous. Kinagarata immediately got up and said, The sea is blocked. We can buy from Tarentum by land. Mercis shook her head and said, Marigi and I had thought of this idea a long time ago. We also sent public officials to Tarentum to discuss it, but the Tarentum Senate said that they were also short on food and had no surplus to sell. Damn Tarentum! They've forgotten who helped them chase away the Messapi. How ungrateful! We should take the alliance agreement and question them properly. Scambras, the current chief executive of Amendola, cursed out loud when he heard that. Cough! Now is not the time to settle accounts with Tarentum. Syracuse and Samanai are already difficult for us to deal with. Moreover, our relationship with Tarentum has not been harmonious for the past 2 years. If we push Tarentum too far and it really does what the Devers are worried about, we'll be in trouble. Cornellos said worriedly, What is our fleet doing now? The Alliance spends so much money on building warships every year. Now is the time when we need our Navy. Tritodermos asked loudly. The Navy commander, Sicarian, is doing his best to reorganize the warships from the various alliances. At the same time, he is training the new tactics proposed by the Devers with the new corps, Hieronymus replied. The new tactics designed by the Devers. Tritodermos was excited. Can they defeat the Syracuse Navy? The Turiai military port is tightly sealed every day. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. I'm not sure about their training, Hieronymus replied and kept quiet. It seems that we can't count on the Navy for the time being. I hope that the Southern Italian coalition, led by Sir Felicius, can stop the attack of Syracuse. Although Scambras was nearing 60 years of age, his personality was more radical. However, he still held a cautious attitude towards the upcoming battle in the south. It was obvious that the others were also worried about their own gains and losses. After all, the Southern Alliance army was not the entire Dionysian army. Felicius's leadership ability naturally could not be compared to Consul Davis's in the hearts of the elders. Do you have the latest news? Has the Devers led the army to fight the Simonians? Sidorum asked. The news I received was from yesterday. The Devers have led the army to Elia. Today's battle report has not been delivered yet. The answer of the rotating chairman, Kunigarata, disappointed the elders. Someone sighed. Our battle report is still too slow. It's already very fast. You should know that Lucania City is all mountainous. Based on the previous speed, I'm afraid it would take more than 4 to 5 days to reach there. Now it's much shorter. Heraclid, who had just joined the Senate and did not usually speak much, retorted, My lords! Kunigarata reminded loudly, although according to the analysis of the battle report, our coalition has a high chance of defeating the people of Syracuse, we have to be prepared for the worst. We must once again strictly order Lord Agathia of Aspusdom and Assists of Cenopatisha to make full preparations to defend the city according to the decision we discussed yesterday. In case the battle fails, we must do everything possible to stop the enemy outside the territory of Daionia. At the same time, we must also prepare to assist Tarentum. Only then can we hold the line of defense from Cenopatisha to Aspusdom to Tarentum and delay the enemy until the return of the army led by the Devers. Lord Kunigarata is right. We must have a backup plan. The coalition led by Lord Felicius has more troops than the enemy, and with our army as the main force, we should be able to repel the enemy. Have the cavalry scouts been sent out? Let them report back every half an hour about the battle situation of the Turris in Siriton. The Senate expressed their opinions one after another, but they all felt a sense of nervousness and worry in their hearts. After the meeting ended, the senators did not disperse. They sat in the hall and chatted in 2s and 3s. They wanted to wait for news from the southern battlefield so that they could make a quick decision. So they even let their servants bring lunch to the Senate at noon. Kunigarata walked straight to a corner of the hall, where Plazines and Marigi were whispering something. When they saw Kunigarata coming over, the two immediately stopped talking. Lord Plazines, I heard that something abnormal has happened in the Temple of Hades these days, Kunigarata said in a low voice. Oh, what abnormal situation? Why haven't I heard about it? Plazines looked confused. Handwriting that suddenly appeared and disappeared, and the sound of the statue from time to time. Kunigarata said word by word, his eyes fixed on Plazines. Plazines suddenly understood. Lord Kunigarata, you are talking about this. This is not an abnormal phenomenon. This is a miracle of the Hades. Something like this had happened before, but it was happening more frequently recently. This shows that the Hades is protecting our alliance. Plazines looked pious. Seeing his expression, Kunigarata wanted to say something several times, but stopped himself. Finally, he warned sternly, now is the moment of crisis for the alliance. We need to ensure the stability of the political situation in the alliance and work together to deal with the powerful enemy. As the chief executive of the Turris, I do not want there to be any major turmoil in the city. I believe that Lord Devers also does not want to see a big mess in the city. Seeing Kunigarata's dignified expression, Plazines was stunned. Marigi, who was next to him, immediately interrupted. Lord Kunigarata, I am very curious. What do you mean by handwriting that suddenly appeared and disappeared? Kunigarata looked at him warily and said, You can ask Plazines. After saying that, he turned and left. The rumor about, with my blood as king, protect the peace of the alliance had gradually spread. It was said that it had spread to Amendola, Abyssinia, and Castellan, which made Kunigarata very uneasy. What he wanted to know now was, did Plazines make this decision on his own? Or was it the idea of the Devers? If it was the latter, then what should he do? He sensed it. Plazines looked at Kunigarata leaving and said to Marigi, Anyone with a brain can sense it. Marigi shrugged disdainfully, but what can they do if they know? Just now, Kunigarata did not even dare to say, What is that handwriting? When it really happens, I am afraid that he will be the first to raise his hand to show his approval. Don't worry, Kunigarata is a smart man. Marigi's words made Plazina's feel relieved. Actually, I hope that today's battle will fail. Marigi's voice became softer, but it shocked Plazina's again. Lord Devers has led the citizens of the Alliance to victory in every battle, which is why we have such a large territory today. But the people have already forgotten the taste of defeat, so they do not know the value of victory. Marigi said faintly, compared to the desolation of the city of Turis. In the early morning of the same day, the clouds of war were thick in the territory of Syrium. Chapter 4:29. The area was not very flat. The ground was uneven, with small mounds and thorny bushes everywhere. To the west was the Ramato River, while to the north was the middle reaches of the Kalake River, which flowed from northwest to southeast. Obviously, Felicius had chosen to set up his formation here because he had considered the strength of the Syracuse cavalry. He wanted to use the terrain to the greatest extent to limit the cavalry's maneuverability and detour. At the same time, such a terrain was undoubtedly more advantageous for the legion of Dionysia's infantry, who had better adaptability and agility. Of course, Dionysius could see that the terrain was disadvantageous to his side, but he still led his army forward. More than 100,000 people from both sides had gathered on this land with a radius of more than 10 miles. They were densely packed, like mountains and seas, stirring up dust and sand into the air. Dionysius squinted, trying his best to look forward. Even though his vision was obstructed by the dust, the black attire of the Legion of Dionysia was particularly eye-catching. Moreover, they were right in front of Dionysius. The Dionia army is in the middle. Dionysius was reassured. He had also invested his most elite 15,000 soldiers in the middle. They were all mercenaries from Campania and Greece, and had followed him to conquer Sicily for many years. More than half of them had been granted citizenship and land, becoming new citizens of Syracuse. They were his most loyal and trustworthy core strength. Based on the past battles of the Dionia, their focus of attack is on their left flank. Phoebidas reminded, I suggest we deploy at least 20,000 soldiers on our right flank to block the enemy's attack. Dionysius did not reply immediately. He tilted his head and looked to the left. What he saw was the flickering silhouettes of the southern Italian army in formation amidst the dust. The noise and commotion extended beyond his line of sight. A moment later, he ordered, Send all the Syracuse militia to the right flank. The messenger received the order and galloped towards the east. Dionysius turned to Sparta and said in a deep voice, Phoebidas, I appoint you as the commander of the right wing. I hope you can lead the army to stop the enemy's attack and buy time for victory. I hope you can accept this. It's my pleasure. Phoebidas gladly accepted his fate. He did not have the arrogance to say, I'm from Sparta. You don't have the right to order me around. It was Phoebidas's first and last time leading more than 20,000 soldiers to participate in such a large-scale battle. The temptation was too great for him to refuse. Also, if you run into trouble, you have the authority to order the Namibian and Celtic cavalry on the outside of the right flank, Dionysius emphasized. Phoebidas felt a sense of trust and gave Dionysius a rare military salute. Astagras, Dionysius shouted, Here, lead the Sicilian city-state army and defend the left flank together with the Hyhernian army. Remember, I only need you to hold the enemy back. You don't need to advance too recklessly, understand? Dionysius sternly ordered his brave subordinate. Yes, sir. Astagras' heart skipped a beat. Commander, Trine's army has arrived at the battlefield. Sir Cypros asked me to inform you that Trillus's army has a total of 8,500 soldiers. The messenger arrived on horseback and reported to Felicius. 8,500. Felicius was shocked to hear this number. Did this not mean that there were only a few hundred soldiers left to defend Trine? When they were discussing the plan for today's battle yesterday, the Trine representative had said that they could send up to 6,000 soldiers to participate in the battle. He did not expect that there would be an additional 2,500 soldiers today. Immediately, Felicius thought of the Treen's intention. They were preparing to go all out in this battle. At this moment, Felicius was also greatly encouraged. He said loudly, "Go and tell Lord Acetius to move the portion of the Zelidian army that was supposed to be stationed at the right flank to the left, so that the hammer's head will be even thicker." "Yes, sir." A messenger turned his horse around and rode east. "Go tell Sir Cypros that the Treen army is to stay close to the legion of Dionysia on the right flank. The distance between the far end of the phalanx and the Ramato River should not be too large. This is to prevent the enemy's cavalry from taking a detour and harassing them." "Yes, sir." Another messenger rode west after receiving the order. Seeing the messenger disappear into the dust, Felicius once again looked at the Dionia soldiers in front of him. Only by watching these well-trained soldiers skillfully form their troops and get into formation could he feel at ease and dispel the anxiety and frustration in his heart. After watching for a while, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He said, "Immediately inform the 2 legion commanders, Dracos and Epiphanes. Tell them to slow down the formation of the soldiers and wait for the allied armies on both sides. Don't expose our intentions too early." "Yes, sir." The other 2 messengers rode forward. "Felicius is too cautious. With the strength of our army, there is no need to play such tricks. Just blow the horn and charge straight in." Dracos was a little dissatisfied after receiving Felicius' order. However, he did not dare to disobey his superior's order. Thus he said to his adjutant, "Go tell the officers to slow down and get into formation. Don't get excited too early. Slow down and save your energy and spirit for the moment of the charge." "Understood, Legion Commander." If it wasn't for Lord Felicius' reminder, I almost forgot about this." Adjutant, "Hurry up and tell the brothers to slow down and wait for the Treen next to them. However, to be honest, it's easy to get them to speed up, but to slow them down, we haven't practiced this for many years." "Ha!" Epiphanes teased as he gave the order. The adjutant held back his laughter and said, "Understood, Legion Commander." In the long formation of both sides, hundreds of messengers rode back and forth to deliver orders. Amidst the noisy and chaotic formation, the officers of various ranks were also shouting loudly. 2 huge square formations were slowly taking shape. It took a long time for more than 100,000 people to get into formation. The speed at which Syracuse completed the formation was faster than the Southern Legion. After all, most of their troops came from the same city-state and often fought together, unlike the Southern Legion, which not only came from multiple city-states, but also fought together for the first time. By noon, the loud noise gradually died down, and the dust that filled the air gradually dissipated due to the soldiers' stillness. The soldiers at the front of the 2 phalanxes could clearly see the enemy hundreds of meters away. In their eyes, the opponent's dense phalanxes were like a thick steel wall that stretched endlessly to both ends. The midday sun of early winter was not scorching, but when it shone on the soldiers' shiny armors and weapons, the dazzling light was so bright that it was impossible to look at them directly. Only when their eyes fell on the Dionia phalanxes, the distinctive uniform of the Legion of Dionysia naturally attracted the attention of the Syracuse soldiers and made their hearts palpitate, because black always meant something bad. The sea breeze blew from Squalach Bay, cooling the sweaty, heavily armored soldiers who had just gone through a torment. Military flags of various sizes fluttered in the wind in the long formation of both sides. The largest flag was erected behind Dionysius, and not only was it painted with the traditional 3-legged symbol of Syracuse, Dionysius's real name was also embroidered on the flag. In comparison, the enemy commander of the Southern Legion, Felicius, was a little shabbier. Due to the short time he took office as the commander of 2 legions, the Ministry of Military Affairs did not have the time to specially make a military flag statue for him, and could only use a military flag statue and a simple flag. Felicius did not care about this. At this moment, he was watching in shock as the military flag representing Dionysius slowly moved forward. After a while, the military flag had moved to the front of the formation, and a general in golden armor followed closely behind the military flag. With such a gorgeous outfit, it should be Dionysius himself, right? Felicius hesitated for a moment, and then spurred his horse forward. The two met in the middle of the battlefield. Dionysius sized up Felicius with a sharp gaze, and Felicius returned the stare without showing any weakness. "You are the commander of the Southern Legion. You are the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius?" "I am Dionysius." "I am the commander of the Dionysian army, the commander of the Southern Legion, Felicius." Under Dionysius's silent gaze, Felicius subconsciously raised his voice. "Felicius, it seems that your subordinates do not agree with your title of commander." Dionysius turned to look at both sides of him, a mocking smile on his face. He saw cavalry galloping towards him from both east and west. The city-states of the Southern Legion are treated equally, unlike the Greek city-states of Sicily. Felicius blushed slightly as he retorted, mimicking the tone of his colleague in the Senate of Dionia during a debate. Dionysius laughed heartily. In a battle, shouldn't an army follow the orders of one person to ensure unity? "I think your Archon Devers should be very clear about this. Didn't he tell you?" Felicius realized that he was no match for Dionysius in terms of eloquence, so he simply remained silent and stared coldly at him. Dionysius's smile faded, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. "You are right about one thing. I alone have the final say in the Greek city-states of Sicily, and after this battle, Greece will also be under my control." Chapter 430. Dionysius nodded slightly, then turned his horse around and returned to his formation. "Dionysius, stop right there!" shouted Escamas, who had rushed over. "I have already met with your general. You generals have no right to speak to me." Dionysius laughed loudly, then urged his horse to return to his formation. "What did Dionysius say?" asked Escamas, who had rushed over. What else could he have said other than declaring war? The good-tempered Felicius could not help but feel a little angry. Cowardly Dionysius, he didn't even dare to stay a little longer, and he still dared to declare war on us. Escamas spat in the direction of Dionysius. At this time, Acestes and Cypros had arrived. Felicius had also calmed down, taking advantage of the precious opportunity of everyone gathering together. He looked at the three of them and said solemnly, "Sir Cypros, you must control your army well. Don't focus too much on attacking, just defend. The Dionysian army will defend the right flank with the Trine soldiers. I'm not worried about being with the Legion of Dionysia." Cypros laughed. Felicius once again gave a final reminder to the general of the Cyrodian army. "Sir Acestes, please take note. The right flank of the phalanx you lead must try to maintain the same speed of attack as the Dionia army. As for your left flank, please attack boldly with the Crotone army." Acestes nodded to indicate that he understood. Felicius finally looked at the Crotone general, who seemed to be prejudiced against Dionia, and said sincerely, "Sir Escamas, the victory of the southern Italian coalition army and the peace of Greece all depend on the Crotone army. Don't worry, my lords. The warriors of the Crotone army are already prepared. We're just waiting for the bugle to be blown. Then we'll charge and defeat the Syracuse army in one fell swoop." Escamas was full of heroism. Felicius looked at the generals, who were both nervous and excited. He raised his right fist and shouted, full of hope, "The gods will bless Greece! The gods will bless Greece!" The other three responded. 4 fists slammed together. Then they turned their horses and returned to their formation. In the Greek city-states of the Western Mediterranean, there were 2 gods that were highly respected. One was the sun god Apollo. Apollo was not a powerful god, but in addition to being in charge of the sun, literature, and archery, he was also blessed with luck. In the great colonial era, wooden ships full of colonists sailed to the unknown western Mediterranean Sea. They all hoped to be lucky enough to avoid the storms at sea, successfully reach the land, find a land with fertile water and grass to settle down, and avoid encountering the fierce indigenous people. If they survived and built a city, they would think that it was a blessing from Apollo. But what was the most important thing after they settled down? Of course, it was to multiply, strengthen the tribe, increase their strength, chase away the natives, and expand their territory. Thus, the other god that was highly respected was the goddess Queen Hera, who was in charge of marriage, family, and reproduction. Among the cities that participated in the war today, Apollo was the protector of the cities of Syracuse, Crotone, Cirium, and Trine. Even though the armies of the cities had already divined with the sun god before they rushed to the battlefield, the soldiers still prayed to Apollo for blessings before the battle began. However, the prayers came from both sides. How was Apollo supposed to choose? Only the soldiers of Dionia sang a hymn to the Lord of Darkness, who was terrifying in the hearts of the Greeks. Aphrodite sang the last part of the hymn to Hades like his other comrades. O great Lord of the underworld, the just and selfless arbiter, may my name shine on the hall of Valhalla when I die a heroic death. May my soul be led by you to the Elysium that everyone yearns for. The soldiers felt their fear vanish, and their bodies were filled with strength. Brothers, prepare your equipment and put on your helmets. The voice of the squad leader rang out. Aphrodite immediately placed a spear and 2 javelins in his right hand on the long shield in his left hand. He took off the open helmet that was hanging on his shoulder and put it on. He pulled down the leather ear protector and fastened it to his chin. When he was done, he saw from the corner of his eyes that his comrades on both sides had quickly put on their helmets and resumed their defensive posture. He felt that this new helmet was much more convenient. His eyes could see what was going on around him, and his ears could hear the words of his comrades. The old Corinthian helmet did not work. When he wore it, he felt as if his eyes and ears were immediately deaf and blind. He could only see the enemy in front of him, and could only hear the sharp and sonorous sound of the bugle, as if he was alone in the darkness. Only the occasional swaying figure of his companions beside him and the surging strength of his comrades behind him could make him feel real. If a person with a weak heart were to wear the Corinth helmet for too long, he would definitely go crazy. Aphrodite often had such thoughts during his daily training. Thus, after experiencing the benefits of the new helmet, he did not want to wear the Corinth helmet again. There was a saying in the Legion that the new helmet could not protect one's face. He scoffed at it. A person's reaction to any attack aimed at his face was the fastest. If he could not even dodge this, then he was not a qualified soldier of the Legion of Dionysia. Looking at the Syracuse soldiers covered in bronze armor a few hundred meters away, he felt a sense of pity for them. The familiar sound of the bugle that he had heard countless times in the training field rang out. It was loud and majestic, but it gave him a different kind of excitement. Forward! Following the squad leader's orders, Aphrodite held the shield in his left hand and the spear in his right. He and his comrades slowly advanced to the sound of the military drums. In between the small phalanxes, countless soldiers in leather armor rushed out of the phalanxes and charged towards the enemy. It was a spectacular sight, just like the countless times he had trained. Aphrodite knew that the first to meet the enemy would be his comrades from the light infantry brigade. He and his heavy infantry comrades skillfully switched a javelin to their right hand and advanced calmly, waiting for the moment to throw the javelin. After 2 days of racking his brains and meticulous preparations, Felicius, who was nervous, suddenly relaxed as the bugle sounded. He muttered, "It has finally begun," but he quickly regained his spirits and told the herald and the cavalry scouts to keep him updated on the progress of the entire battlefield. The battle had just begun. He had to be like the Archon Devers on the battlefield in the past. He had to be 100% focused and ready to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations until the end of the battle and the arrival of victory. At that moment, Dionysius's attention was not on the battlefield. Have the reinforcements set off? What's their position now? The fleet led by Lord Leptinus set sail from the port of Hiernion with 10,000 soldiers half an hour ago. They may have reached the mouth of the Ramato River by now. The other army, led by Lord Phasapeses, set off from Hiernion early in the morning. It is estimated that they have crossed the Coerta River by now. The adjutant made his own judgment based on the information he received from the cavalry scouts. At that moment, a messenger galloped over from behind. Report. Lord Phasapeses has led his army into the camp and sent me here to ask General Quan for his next order. Dionysius smiled in satisfaction. It seems that the Phasapeses has performed well this time. It has exceeded your expectations, Damocles. The adjutant, Damocles, smiled fawningly. Because of your stratagem, the Greeks have been completely fooled. Victory is at hand. The Phasapeses also wants to make a contribution as soon as possible. Otherwise, the battle will be over and victory will be yours alone, my lord. Dionysius smiled again and ordered, "Let the Phasapeses lead the soldiers to rest in the camp and recover their strength. The battle has just begun." The Dionia's 4th and 5th legions advanced quickly, but their attempt to directly attack the Syracuse infantry phalanx did not succeed. This was because Syracuse had also sent out a large number of light infantry, so the battle began with the light infantry. For a moment, arrows and javelins crisscrossed. People from both sides screamed and fell. The Dionia light infantry were more well-trained, while the Syracuse light infantry had more battlefield experience. As the 4th and 5th legions were formed the latest, especially the 5th legions, which had not participated in a real battle, the two sides were evenly matched. When the main forces were almost 100 meters apart, the Syracuse light infantry retreated. They had to withdraw from the battlefield before the heavy infantry of both sides collided. Otherwise, they would be crushed into a bloody pulp by the huge impact. The Dionia light infantry did not retreat. The Legion of Dionysius, more complex and smoother formation, gave them the confidence to quickly withdraw from the battlefield before the heavy infantry of both sides collided. Therefore, they were not afraid of the approaching Syracuse's mountainous formation, and quickly fired another 2 rounds of arrows and javelins. The arrows flashed coldly and flew down. Some hit the thick Corinth helmet and bounced high, causing the Syracuse soldiers to feel slightly dizzy. Some were blocked by the round shields, but other than making small dents on the smooth copper shields, they did not cause any damage. Only the exposed arms and thighs of the soldiers could cause them to lose the ability to fight, but such casualties were too few. However, the damage of the javelins was much greater. Not only could they penetrate the breastplate, but they could also penetrate the round shields, making it difficult for the soldiers to defend with their shields.